This is a flyby check from the House Recording Studio, testing the WebEx audio, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audio test.
Thank you. We can hear you in the room.
Hi, Mr. Trone. How are you? We would just like to test your audio before we begin.
You hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Perfect.
Let's check the visual there. You got me?
I don't see your video on. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah, that's great.
I'll
Thank
turn
you.
the video off until we're called upon.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Mr. H.Res. We would just like to test your audio before we begin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Mr. H.Res, I can hear you. Thank you. Did you want to test your video as well?
I might as well. How's that? No good?
I don't see you on video yet.
How come I see you?
Well, I turned my video on. Do you?
All right, let me just start video.
Okay.
You know, I'm not excited. There you go.
There you go. Okay, I can see you. Great. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I got to move this around until I get it right, you know.
No worries. Hi, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Can we just test your audio before we begin? To unmute, just go ahead and click the icon with this line through the microphone at the bottom. And if you're having trouble, then please see if your staff can contact Danny Marka on our full committee staff.
I need a pillow. I need a pillow. We're going to get started in a little while. There's some negotiations going on, so sit tight. We'll start soon. Thank you.
Hello.
España, you talking to me?
Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
Okay.
Todo bien?
Todo bien.
Good, good.
Mira, Juan,
Hi, everyone. Just want to remind you that we are live right now, so please keep your mics muted until we begin.
You can't speak in Spanish? Everybody understands.
In a moment, in accordance with House rules and regulations, the host will mute all participants other than Chairman Engel. All participants are asked to keep themselves muted when not actively engaging in the discussion, which should help limit echoes or other disruptions. In instances in which members yield back or otherwise conclude their turn speaking, but do not remember to remute themselves, the host will do so to limit inadvertent background audio.
Brad, all the way down
Members
there.
and witnesses are responsible for unmuting themselves anytime they wish to be heard.
Hey, Brad.
It may take a few
Keep
seconds
getting farther
for your
and
microphone.
farther.
You keep getting farther and farther.
Okay. Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The House Foreign Affairs Committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any point. Pursuant to Committee Rule 4, the chair may postpone further proceedings on approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment. Without objection, all members will have 5 days to submit statements or extraneous materials, subject to the length limitations in the rules on today's business. To insert something into the record, please have your staff email the previously mentioned address or contact full committee staff. As a reminder to members, staff, and all others physically present in this room, per guidance from the Office of Attending Physician, masks must be worn at all times during today's markup, except when a member is speaking at a microphone. Please also sanitize your seating area. The chair views these measures as a safety issue and therefore an important matter of order and decorum for this proceeding. As a reminder to the members joining remotely, please keep your video function on at all times, even when you are not recognized by the chair. Members are responsible for muting and unmuting themselves, and please remember to mute yourself after you finish speaking. Consistent with H.Res. 965 and the accompanying regulations, staff will only mute members as appropriate when they are not under recognition to eliminate background noise. I see that we have a quorum. As members were notified yesterday, we intend to first consider 9 measures and their amendments en bloc. Then we will move on to consider H.Res. 759, H.R. 7682, H.R. 7276, H.R. 6334, and pursuant to notice that for purposes of markup, I now call the en bloc package of measures and their amendments that were previously circulated to member offices. H.R. 4644, Libya Stabilization Act with a Deutsch amendment in the nature of a substitute and a Shabbat Omar amendment. H.R. 5517, Gandhi-King Scholarly Exchange Initiative Act with an Engel amendment in the nature of a substitute. H.R. 5586, Haiti Development, Accountability, and Institutional Transparency Initiative Act with 11 amendment in the nature of a substitute. H.Res. 1062, affirming the nature and importance of the United States-Iraq bilateral relationship, including security and economic components of the relationship with 11 amendment and a Wilson amendment. H.R. 3331, countering Hizballah in Lebanon's military act of 2019 with an Engel amendment in the nature of a substitute and a Wilson amendment. H.R. 7703, Caribbean Basin Security Initiative Authorization Act. H.Res. 1033, condemning acts by the People's Republic of China and the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region that violate fundamental rights and freedoms of Hong Kong residents, as well as acts that undermine Hong Kong's higher degree of autonomy with an Engel amendment in the nature of a substitute. H.R. 7805, Stop Predatory Organ Trafficking Act of 2020 with a Reschenthaler amendment. H.R. 7623, Passport Backlog Elimination Act with a Connolly amendment in the nature of a substitute. At this time, I recognize myself to speak on the en bloc package. I'm pleased to support all the measures before us today, and I thank our members for their hard work. I'll keep my remarks brief and highlight just a few of the bills and resolutions. First, the Gandhi-King Scholarly Exchange Initiative Act, a measure championed by our late friend and colleague John Lewis, the conscience of the Congress. In 2009, John traveled to India to commemorate Dr. Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King's 1959 journey to explore Gandhi's teachings on the use of nonviolence to advance social justice. John's trip led to the Gandhi-King Scholarly Exchange Initiative Act. It establishes an educational exchange program to advance the teachings of Mahatma Gandhi and Dr. King. At a time when our country is struggling with the reality of systematic racism, I can think of no better time to advance the work of Gandhi, King, and John Lewis. I strongly support this measure and hope all my colleagues will do the same. Next, I'll turn to my resolution with the ranking member, Mr. McCall, that condemns Beijing's new national security law for Hong Kong, the latest effort in Xi Jinping's campaign to crack down on Hong Kong's autonomy guaranteed under international law. This measure urges the administration to work with like-minded allies and partners to hold China accountable for its actions. We need to push for immigration options for Hong Kongers with well-founded fears of persecution and expanded measures for UN officials who are monitoring and reporting on China's policies in Hong Kong. This measure is an important demonstration of our bipartisan commitment to democratic freedoms in Hong Kong, and I hope all my colleagues will join me in supporting it. Next, Mr. Allred's resolution affirming the importance of a strong U.S.-Iraq bilateral relationship. As Iraq emerges from the brutal counter-ISIS fight and works to rebuild, it now faces steep economic challenges and a growing emergency with coronavirus. We must work with Iraq to ensure it can address threats from extremist groups and the humanitarian crises facing its people. Mr. Allred, thank you for authoring this good measure. I want to also thank Mr. Zeldin for his measure in it to address security threats and counter Hizballah's influence in Lebanon. And I'm glad that both Mr. Allred and Mr. Zeldin's measures now call for accountability and justice for violence against peaceful protesters in Iraq and in Lebanon. I'm proud to oversee a committee with such strong bipartisan commitment to protecting the fundamental democratic right to peacefully protest. People must be able to exercise their rights to petition their government, to speak out against injustices, no matter where they live. Peaceful protests don't threaten democracies, they make them stronger. America must be able to call out these injustices. We must be able to maintain our historic moral authority, and that begins at home. Next, the Sudan Democratic Transition, Accountability, and Fiscal Transparency Act, a bill I introduced with Ranking Member McCall. Last year, pro-democracy protesters toppled a brutal military regime in Sudan. Now Sudan's transitional government includes civilian leaders and members of the old regime's security and intelligence services. The bill before us today empowers the civilian elements of a traditional government and puts safeguards in place to support long-term stability in Sudan. It also authorizes assistance for democratic governance, development, and accountability for human rights abuses. Finally, to Mr. Berra's Saving America from Future Epidemics Act, which authorizes U.S. support for a public-private partnership coalition to speed up vaccine development for infectious diseases like coronavirus. Back in February, our committee had a hearing with Secretary Pompeo demanding answers on what the administration was doing to prevent coronavirus from becoming a crisis here in America. Now here we are, almost 6 months later, with 150,000 Americans dead, our economy in shambles, and our lives still turned upside down with no end in sight. Part of this is because the administration, I believe, failed to take action to protect our citizens from a deadly pandemic that we knew was coming. We still don't have a nationwide testing and contact tracing system. It's hard to comprehend just how profoundly this has failed the American people. There's a clear roadmap ahead to beat this virus. We need to flatten the curve by increasing mask wearing and social distancing while we develop a safe and effective vaccine. To do that, we must work with our partners around the world and harness the resources of multilateral organizations, governments, health experts, and the private sector. Mr. Berra's measure sets us on the right track to just do that. putting our country in a stronger position to respond to this and future pandemics. I strongly support all the measures we are considering today, and I urge all members to join me and do the same. And now I'll recognize our ranking member, my friend, Mr. McCall of Texas, for his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding today's markup. I will note that this is our first hybrid markup where some members are participating in person and some virtually. These are really uncertain times, I think, for everyone, but I have every confidence that you, Mr. Chairman, will do everything you can to protect the rights of all members, including those of the minority in today's markup. I also want to thank you and your staff for working with our members and staff on many of the measures and amendments we will be considering today. And I'm especially pleased that we'll be considering Mr. Zeldin's bill, the Countering Hizballah in Lebanon's Military Act, and Mr. Smith's bill, the East Africa Locust Eradication Act. I'm also a co-sponsor of Mr. Rushenthaler's Stop Predatory Organ Trafficking Act, which allows the Secretaries of State and Homeland Security to remove, block admission, or prevent a visa from being granted to anyone who has committed or facilitated the trafficking of persons for the removal of organs, a barbaric practice. Lastly, I'm proud to be the lead Republican of two measures introduced by my good friend Chairman Engel, the Sudan Democratic Transition Accountability and Fiscal Transparency Act, and a House resolution condemning acts by the People's Republic of China and the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region that violate fundamental rights and freedoms of Hong Kong residents, as well as acts that undermine Hong Kong's high degree of autonomy in violation of the UK Sino Treaty. I commend the administration's efforts to support the civilian-led transition government in Sudan. This includes efforts to secure compensation for victims of the USS Cole terrorist attack and U.S. embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania, and I support efforts to swiftly implement the settlement agreement. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for consideration of these measures, and I look forward to working with you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back his time, balance of his time. Thank you, Mr. McCall. Because of the hybrid virtual format of this markup, I will recognize members by committee seniority, alternating between Democrats and Republicans for the purpose of speaking on the en bloc package. If you miss your turn, please let our staff know, and we will come back to you. If you seek recognition, you must unmute your microphone and address the chair verbally. Does anyone wish to speak on the en bloc?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for bringing forward these bipartisan measures. First, I want to address a bill introduced by John Lewis, who honored us with his presence in this House for over 3 decades. 5 years ago, I was honored to go to Selma and to walk with John Lewis on the 50th anniversary of his courageous first walk across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. In December of last year, I was honored to join John Lewis in introducing the Gandhi-King Scholarly Exchange Initiative Act as co-chair of the India Caucus. This bill authorizes the State Department in cooperation with the Indian government to establish an annual educational forum for scholars from both countries that focuses on the legacies of Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King, Jr. There is no better way for us to honor the important lessons that we have learned as a world from Gandhi and from Martin Luther King, Jr., and their shared ideals and values. This bill establishes a professional development exchange initiative for scholars from the United States and India that focuses on social justice and human and civil rights legacies of Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King, Jr. The inclusion of a student exchange will further that effort and cause future generations to learn the importance of peace, nonviolence, and reconciliation that is the legacy of Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King, and John Lewis. I want to thank Ami Bera for his work on H.R. 6334, which would cause the United States to participate in the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, that's CIPI. SIPI was founded in 2017 and is currently supporting 3 programs to develop vaccines to combat COVID-19. Support for SIPI is in our national interest. This virus will have a continuing and devastating effect on America until the entire world is free of it, and that is why I'm glad that this was part of the HEROES Act and hope that it passes into law either as a separate bill or as part of a larger civic response. Many of you are aware of my wife's work on human rights at the State Department, focusing on East Africa, particularly Sudan, and that is why I'm particularly pleased to commend Chairman Engel for his leadership on the Sudan Democratic Transition Accountability and Financial Transparency Act. We saw the people of Sudan in the streets. They have secured what is now a 3-year transition to civilian rule. This bill supports long-term peace and stability in Sudan by authorizing support for conflict mitigation, development programs, democracy and governance programs. The people of Sudan took to the streets. Now it is time for the United States to stand with them during this transition. I want to thank the Chairman for his work on the resolution condemning the Chinese government for imposing the national security legislation on Hong Kong. This bill builds on the Hong Kong Autonomy Act, which I introduced and which was signed into law earlier this month. And I want to commend Senators Toomey and Van Hollen with regard to the Hong Kong Autonomy Act. That bill imposes sanctions on individuals and banks that participate in the subversion of Hong Kong's autonomy. With the passage of this resolution, the House reiterates its support for democratic approach and the rule of law for the people of Hong Kong. Focusing on the Western Hemisphere, we have 2 important bills, Adriana Esplanad's Caribbean Basic Security Initiative Authorization Act to promote safety, security, and the rule of law in the Caribbean. This is an important bill that will support the judicial sector, counter transnational criminal organizations, provide for educational programs for at-risk youth, and prioritize our partnerships in the Caribbean. It is paired with Hakeem Jeffries' Haiti Development, Accountability, and Institutional Transparency Act to continue our support for Haiti's recovery from the disasters that have afflicted that nation. Finally, 2 more bills on Africa. I want to commend Ted Joyce for his Libya Stabilization Act and Chris Smith for focusing our attention on the need to eradicate locusts, particularly in East Africa, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend, and I'll just speak to one issue, and I deeply appreciate you bringing up another reiteration of our bipartisan and strong condemnation of what Xi Jinping is doing to the people of Hong Kong. Obviously, he's doing it to the Uyghurs. He's doing it to people throughout all of China. But this, again, underscores our solidarity with the Hong Kongers who are being crushed. The autonomy has been violated. Xi Jinping has broken his word to the world. He, as you know, his government signed the Sino-British Joint Declaration, and halfway through its implementation, it would end in 2047. He decides that he's going to unilaterally just abrogate that treaty. He has also broken the basic law, which his government solemnly undertook years ago to protect the fundamental rights of the people of Hong Kong. This resolution builds on the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act and all of the other important legislation we have passed in a bipartisan way. The President and Secretary of State Pompeo are faithfully implementing the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act and other important legislation. And I think we, again, by doing this, put ourselves on record. Xi Jinping is a dictator with few equals, and we need to call him out every day of the week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Meeks.
Give a quick shout out to a couple of bills that I strongly support. I want to thank Rep. Dirch for the Libya Stabilization Act, which I think is tremendously important. I want to also thank Representative Espiat for the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative authorization, as we must focus on our neighbors to our south, which is tremendously important. And of course, I want to give and make special comments on a couple of bills. The bill that Rep. Jeffries, the Haiti Development Accountability and Institutional Transparency Initiative Act, which is 5586. Members of this committee joined me last year as we wrote to Secretary Pompeo and Administrator Green to express our deep concern regarding the prolonged political and humanitarian crises in Haiti. Under the leadership of Chairman H.Res, the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee examined current U.S. government policy toward Haiti, the first such hearing in 20 years. Our members grappled with the question, how can the United States help Haiti as it remains at the brink of a crisis? 5586 answers this question. This bill codifies into law U.S. government support for the Haitian people and sends an important signal to its leaders. Thriving and vibrant democracies must include freedom from impunity, freedom of the press, the right to peaceful assemble, the right to economic self-determination, and adherence to the rule of law. And this bill provides technical support for community leaders and civil society, but most importantly, it calls for the Haitian government to be out front in designing its own future. This measure also includes a retrospective assessment of U.S. and international donor recovery and development funding for the last 10 years, an important and necessary exercise for all developing planning. This important measure offers U.S. support to the people of Haiti as they seek to break the vicious cycle of crises after crises and push for real structural and lasting change. Let me also talk about 6334, Securing America from Epidemics Act by Dr. Barrow. As we witness the human and economic toll of COVID-19, it continues to inflict upon this country and the world. We know preparedness saves lives, and mitigating the devastating impact of emerging infectious diseases ensures future pandemics are arrested before they begin. Embedded within this bill is a commitment to collaboration and innovation in the face of a current deadly threat that respects no borders. The Coalition of Epidemic Preparedness Innovations is built upon three pillars: preparedness, response, and sustainability. And with this measure, the United States leadership role in the global vaccine development effort is affirmed. Also, of course, condemning the acts of the People's Republic of China and the government of Hong Kong. Mr. Chairman, I would also would like to bring to your attention our relationship with China continues to evolve or devolve. And I want to stress the importance of speaking out loudly when addressing the basic rights of citizens that are being trampled in Hong Kong. And we must be honest to our own values in dealing with China, not forgetting our responsibilities at home and working with our allies to help shape those vital relationships. And finally, let me add my voice to an excellent initiative put forward to strengthen the United States-India relationship in the spirit of Mr. Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. The seeds of social justice and the principles of nonviolence when addressing development priorities pay off in unimaginable ways. And I do sincerely hope that the spirit and work of my friend and the conscience of this Congress, John Lewis, continues to inspire people around the world, and that the future generations can reap the benefits of the bravery and the philosophical clarity that we so dearly need and that John Lewis presented to us all. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Thank you, Mr. Meeks. Are there any other members seeking recognition? Mr. Shabbat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd first of all like to thank you for your inspired leadership as chair of this committee. We didn't always agree on everything, but you were always very respectful to both sides. We certainly appreciate many, many things that you've accomplished as chair of this committee, and I think that needs to be said. I'd like to focus now on two of the bills we have before us today. Your resolution on Hong Kong, which I'm co-sponsoring, and Mr. Deutsch and Mr. Wilson's Libya Stabilization Act. Thank you all for doing that hard work. First, relative to Hong Kong, the Chinese Communist Party's decision to ram through an illegal national security law last month is a grave threat to not only the people of Hong Kong, but to the international community itself. We all know that the PRC promised the United Kingdom and the whole world that Hong Kong would have a, quote, high degree of autonomy, unquote, and basic Western freedoms for at least 50 years. As a result, Hong Kong was a beacon of freedom and prosperity in Asia, with a close relationship to the West built on those rights. The national security law has made a mockery of all this, sending a shockwave of fear through the city and really throughout countries across the globe who recognize what's happening here. The national security law also demonstrates once again that the PRC cannot be trusted to uphold its international commitments. And if the world fails to hold China accountable, the rules-based order takes one more blow. That's why I'm glad that the Trump administration and the international community have moved ahead with actions to impose costs on the PRC for this decision, and why I'm pleased to co-sponsor and pass a resolution today that is a full-throated condemnation of the PRC's treacherous decision. Second, turning to Libya. Since the Gaddafi regime was toppled, that country has been more or less in chaos, and the conflict there has stretched on far too long, drawing in so many foreign actors that it's hard to keep track of them all. It's time for the fighting to end before more Russian troops show up, before Egypt intervenes, and before Turkey feels it has to get even more involved. It's time for negotiations to begin, and I think this legislation will help the administration work toward that goal. Finally, I'd like to focus on human trafficking in Libya, and I'd like to thank the chairman and ranking member for including my amendment in the bipartisan en bloc package. The situation in Libya is absolutely terrible. In its June 2020 monthly update on Libya, the International Organization for Migration reported that there are over 600,000 migrants in Libya from more than 40 countries, in addition to hundreds of thousands of internally displaced persons. Many of these migrants are coming from sub-Saharan Africa, hoping that they can build a better life in Europe. Libya turns out oftentimes to be a dead end. Along the way, they are often caught up in networks of human traffickers that exploit them in the most horrific ways. This includes modern-day slavery or its equivalent, in which Africans are essentially bought and sold, or treated like animals in so many other barbaric ways. And it's worse for women, who face rape and forced prostitution. There should be absolutely no place in the world for this evil behavior to take place, and it's happening in Libya today. My amendment makes it the policy of the United States to seek an end to this slavery and forced labor and sexual exploitation in Libya, and adds addressing these crimes to the goals of this legislation. America stands for freedom, and the least we can do on the international stage is to use our vast diplomatic and humanitarian resources to help people facing these deplorable situations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chabot, and thank you for those kind words about me. Mr. Connolly. Mr. Berra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank the chairman and ranking member McCall for the consideration of these great bills and resolutions today. I'd like to speak on two of them. First, thank you for considering the SAFE Act, Saving America from Epidemics. This bill would authorize America's participation in CEPI, the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Initiatives, which really is at the forefront of helping us defeat the COVID-19 virus and develop a vaccine. It creates a redundant process where we're looking at multiple vaccines at the same time, and this portfolio approach really is the right approach. And if you think about, one of the vaccines that just went into phase 3 trials this week, Moderna, that was one of the first investors in Moderna was CEPI. So this is a whole of government, whole of world approach, working with other agencies like Gavi to help distribute the vaccine. And again, it's redundant efforts like this where we can put American ingenuity together with the rest of the world as we defeat this virus. And all of us know it's not just a matter of vaccinating 300 million Americans, but it really is vaccinating 6 to 7 billion people around the world. And that'll take a global effort of all of us working together. So again, I want to thank the chairman for considering the SAFE Act today. And again, want to thank my fellow ranking member on the Asia Pacific and Non-Proliferation Subcommittee, Congressman Yoho, who worked with me on this bill, as well as Janice and Katie on the HVAC staff for their work in bringing this bill forward. The second bill that I'd like to talk about, it is a great honor and tribute to our colleague, Congressman John Lewis. The Gandhi-King Fellowship Bill really builds on the principles that were embodied by our colleague John Lewis. The principles of nonviolence, of civil disobedience, of standing up for those that didn't have voice, and as John Lewis said, causing good trouble. And it'll continue to bring our two nations together. But the legacies of Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King, but also the legacy of John Lewis. So I really think this is a great tribute in a bipartisan way to our colleague, John, and it's a lasting tribute. And again, I want to thank the chairman and ranking member for the consideration of both these bills, as well as the other very important pieces of legislation that we'll consider today. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Vera. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman Elliott Engel and Republican leader Michael McCall for organizing today's markup. There are 13 bills before us today that the committee is marking up, and I am grateful for the high level of bipartisanship that is the norm and tradition of this committee. Chairman Elliott Engel is a champion for a strong foreign policy, promoting freedom and democracy for opportunities worldwide. Congratulations to Chairman Ted Deutsch of the Middle East, North Africa International Terrorism Subcommittee for his leadership and partnership working on the Libya Stabilization Act. Moving this bill forward is especially timely in light of AFRICOM's recent clear statement that the Russian Federation continues to be in violation of the UN Security Resolution 1970 by providing military equipment and fighters to the front line of the conflict in Libya. This bill sends a strong message to those currently destabilizing Libya, as well as those on the sideline, weighing whether to interfere, that the U.S. Congress will hold them to account. There is a price to pay for devolving Libya into chaos with mass murder, and I urge my colleagues to support this measure. An important initiative, House Resolution 1062, regarding the nature and importance of the U.S.-Iraq relationship. It's more important than ever that we reinforce our relationship and partnership with Baghdad. Iran has infiltrated and interfered in Iraq in recent years, especially post-ISIS. There is increasing concern about the influence of Iranian-backed militias over the Iraqi government, especially given the recent appointment of Qasem al-Araji as the National Security Advisor. Al-Araji is a senior member of the Badr organization, an Iranian-backed militia that has directly attacked U.S. troops and is commanded and controlled by Iran. I am grateful that the committee has taken up my amendment to this resolution that calls on Iraq to be held accountable for violence against peaceful protesters. It should be noted that many of these are Iranian-backed militia members within the Iraqi security forces. My amendment also explicitly calls on Iraq to be held accountable for those involved in the New Year's attack on the U.S. Embassy, and I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. Lastly, I appreciate Mr. Zeldin's House Resolution 3331, countering Hizballah and Lebanon's military act. It's regrettable that all that remains of Mr. Zeldin's bill is a simple reporting requirement, but I think that still sends a message of a much-needed message to Lebanon that we are increasingly concerned about Hezbollah's influence over the Lebanese Armed Forces, LAF. My amendment to this bill highlights this issue further by adding reporting requirements regarding LAF efforts to prevent Iranian military intrusion in Lebanon, as well as any incidents in which the LAF commits gross human rights violations. There is increased concern about reports of forced repatriations of Syrian refugees, gruesomely handing these refugees back to the murderous Assad regime. Thanks again to the leadership of Chairman Eliot Engel and Republican leader Mike McCall for organizing today's markup and including my amendments. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson, and thank you again for those comments. Ms. Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, for holding the markup. I'm a co-sponsor of several of the measures before us today, but I'll just be speaking on one, and that's Mr. Connolly's, the Passport Backlog Elimination Act. I represent the heart of Las Vegas, and until recently, we welcomed nearly 6 million international travelers every year. And because of the importance of that international travel to our community and our local economy, many of my constituents had business abroad, and they traveled around the globe to support the visitation and also promote international ties. Furthermore, my district is the most ethnically diverse in the state, so many of my constituents need passports to go and see family members who live abroad or are from abroad. I'm also proud to serve as the co-chair of the Travel and Tourism Caucus here in the House. Unfortunately, we've seen the devastating impact of the coronavirus on the travel industry, especially international travel to and from the United States. While U.S. citizens are currently prohibited from traveling to a number of countries because of our failure to control the pandemic here at home, many constituents remain uncertain of whether their passport will be processed in time when travel resumes. We know that international travel has an outsized impact on the industry because international travelers spend more and stay longer. International travel can also aid in our diplomatic efforts by fostering cultural exchanges, education, and economic ties. Resuming passport processing in a timely manner will be critical to bringing normalcy back to travel when it's safe to do so, both for tourism purposes and business operations. That's not only important for our constituents who hope to travel abroad for leisure or business or family purposes, but it's also important for those who have jobs that rely on this travel, including our travel agents here in the United States, to help coordinate these trips. So I'm proud to support this bill, co-sponsor and urge your support of it as well, that would require the State Department to submit a plan to address the passport application backlog so that when we once again return to a new normal and people can travel, they will have access to this important service and be ready to move forward. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Titus. Mr. Perry.
Okay, Jay, that was good.
You don't want to speak?
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Yoho.
Okay, Mr. Yoho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this opportunity. I stand in support of the en bloc, and I want to speak out on SEPI, the SAFE Act that Chairman Barra of the Asia Pacific Subcommittee and I have introduced, H.R. 6334. This is a vital piece of legislation in that it involves and authorizes the involvement of the United States in an organization, the Coalition of Epidemic Preparedness Innovators around the world, and their sole goal is to look at the next virus that will be the next zoonotics. Zoonotics that affect people originate in the animal world 7 out of 10 times. That's the origination of those. They're working on a virus right now called Nipah that got a $43.6 million grant to a company in my district, Ology, that is working on this virus. This is another bat-transmitted virus, and so we know it's coming. The idea is we want to be out in front of that so that we have the research done. How is it spread? Is it human to human? All these things, how long does it last in the environment? And then more importantly, look at the structure of that protein in that virus that we can create a vaccine. We don't have to have it created, but we have to have the technology so that we can do a rapid deployment of that. And when you look at what we're asking to do, is to have involvement in that so that we are at the table, that we can control that. Right now, China's not involved in it. There's 10 nations from Australia to Mexico to Norway to the UK, along with a multiple amount of organizations like the Bill and Melinda Gates, certain drug companies that are involved in this. And so it's a multinational, multi-organization coalition so that we can cost share, and more importantly, it's a preventive measure so that we don't go into the next pandemic, shut down an economy around the world. The U.S. has already authorized over $3 trillion in funding for our economy. The U.S. Treasury has put in another $4 trillion, and we're still looking at $1 to $2 trillion more in hopes that we get this economy going. Prevention is the best medicine. And the way to do that is to fund an organization like SEPI, and we're looking at $290 million. And when you compare that to the cost of the economy, I think it's a wise investment. President Bush in 2006 pleaded to Congress to do this with, I think it was $1 billion. President Obama pleaded with Congress to get involved, and we did not do it, and we're paying for that. We don't know what the next virus is or the next pandemic is, but we know it's coming. Let's be smart about this and prepare for the future. I yield back and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yoho. Mr. Espaillat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for holding this important markup today, and I want to highlight a few of the key pieces of legislation before us today. First, Mr. Chairman, I'm very proud that this committee is addressing the urgent need to address security in our neighboring region, the Caribbean. As you know, the Caribbean is our third border. We're going to be addressing this through a bill, one of my bills, the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative Authorization Act. CBSI is a vital tool to combat the illicit drug trade, promote good governance, and improve civil society. All too often, our allies in the Caribbean are overlooked, and they feel forgotten, and we must make a concerted effort to be more supportive of them as China begins to stretch its long tentacles to that region. But we forget that this is our third border very often. This bill will provide crucial funding to improve our allies' capacities to combat transnational crime, violence, and regional instability while also enhancing our security. Crime from the drug trade has rattled many of our allies in the region, and this funding will help to interdict traffickers, provide programming for at-risk youth, and improve the independence of the judicial systems there. This bill adds a focus on disasters resilience. Just as we speak, Mr. Chairman, there is a tropical storm turning into a hurricane, Gonzalo, hitting that region at this very moment. Given increasing frequent and worsening hurricanes in the regions, I believe it is of primary importance as we continue to see the impact of climate change on security that we help Caribbean countries. I want to thank Chairman Engel, Ranking Member McCall for their attention to this crucial issue. And I want to thank my co-lead, Mr. Rooney, for his long time support of the Caribbean and his efforts to support this legislation, the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative at large. I also want to highlight a few other measures, including H.R. 1033, which aims to support freedom of speech and protest in Hong Kong. As we have seen, this administration's abuse and crackdown on peaceful protests in the U.S. across the country. It is crucial that we stand up for human rights and the rights of individuals to protest, both here in the United States and abroad. Additionally, H.R. 5517 is the great late Congressman John Lewis Gandhi-King Scholarly Exchange Initiative Act, focused on building on the legacies of King and Gandhi to address conflict resolution, social, environmental, and health priorities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Mast. Okay, Mr. Mast. Anyone else can speak? Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, I support the en bloc, which includes two measures which I introduced. The first is H.R. 1062, which affirms the nature and the importance of the U.S.-Iraq bilateral relationship. As a veteran of the Iraq War, I recognize the importance of this military and diplomatic partnership. By advancing this bipartisan legislation, the Foreign Affairs Committee is demonstrating continued support for our Iraqi partners and promoting stability and peace in the region. The U.S.-Iraqi partnership is critical to counter threats from Iran and violent extremist organizations like ISIS. As history has shown in the previous administration, when we leave Iraq, we create a vacuum for Iran and other radical groups to sow chaos and destruction. We cannot let this happen again, and by passing this resolution, we are taking a step in the right direction. I want to thank my fellow sponsor of this resolution, Congressman Allred, for working with me on this important matter. Mr. Chairman, I also support the en bloc, which includes H.R. 7805 as well. And in House Resolution 7805, that is the Stop Predatory Organ Trafficking Act, which I introduced to address the brutal practice of organ trafficking. This bipartisan bill authorizes the administration to deny visas to persons engaged in trafficking of organs. 10% of transplanted organs worldwide are illegally obtained, and often through forcible harvesting. This often happens from oppressed minorities, prisoners, and other vulnerable populations. In recent years, for example, ISIS used stolen organs to finance its war activities and treat injured fighters. We also know that China is engaged in organ harvesting from the Uyghur population in Western China. So today's vote is a step in the right direction to ending this illicit, inhumane practice. I'd like to thank three of my very good friends on this committee, Ranking Member McCall, Congressman Fitzpatrick, and Congressman Phillips, for co-sponsoring this legislation with me. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. And thank you for holding this markup. I know it's under difficult circumstances. In particular, I want to thank you and the ranking member for working with me on H.R. 7623, the Passport Backlog Elimination Act, for this, including it in this markup. Due to the COVID-19, the State Department paused the passport application process almost entirely and stopped taking new applications on March 19th. Effective March 20th, passport agencies and centers only offered service to customers with life or death emergencies. That delay created a backlog of nearly 1.7 million passport applications awaiting adjudication. I understand that passport agencies have now undertaken a phased approach to reopening based on local conditions. And at present, about 2,000 out of 4,000 individuals employed by passport agencies have now returned to work. While I appreciate the progress that's been made, the current backlog, which stands at 1.2 million applications, remains unacceptable. Too many of our constituents are left in limbo, not sure if they'll receive their passport in time, and some don't even know the status of their application. And without the passport, many of them can't, of course, get visas. Passport agencies ought to be able to increase capacity to process demand and reduce the backlog safely. That's why I recently introduced the Bipartisan Passport Backlog Elimination Act with Representative Tim Burchett, Oversight and Reform Committee Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney, my friend Stephen Lynch from Massachusetts, Adam Kinzinger from Illinois, and of course, our new and former colleague, Representative, requires the State Department to submit a plan to Congress to eliminate the passport processing backlog created by the pandemic, as well as require an audit by the IG, the Inspector General, on steps taken to eliminate that backlog. The amendment in the nature of a substitute we're marking up today also includes a provision that would obviate the plan and IG audit if state eliminated the backlog of passport applications and resumed routine processing by September 30th. While I understand that the pandemic has introduced significant challenges to the State Department's normal operating procedures, and I appreciate the department is undertaking efforts to keep its employees safe, the department must also develop plans to resume routine processing of passport applications to prevent the already sizable backlog from becoming unmanageable. Our passport specialists need to be able to do their job and do it safely with sufficient personal protective equipment, social distancing, and access to ongoing testing. Other essential processes have continued during the pandemic. Mail delivery, public health services.
I think it's food. Zongzi, I think. Okay, Abbott. Okay, Abbott.
Mr. Chairman, clearly even the dogs among us support this bill. I thank you for adding it to the markup. I think it's really important in terms of servicing the American people, and I very much appreciate your and the ranking member's support for this effort, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly, and thank you for those of us who are dog lovers appreciate the background noise. Thank you. Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support H.R. 7623, the Passport Backlog Elimination Act, which I introduced with Congressman Connolly. Actually, Mr. Chairman, it kind of reminds me of, I used to be a roadie for a local band called the Chillbillies, and we were opening for Hank Williams Jr. at Smoky Stadium, and as I introduced, they asked me to go out and introduce the band to this screaming crowd, and I said, and I just want to thank Hank Williams Jr. for closing for us today. And so, Representative Conley, I thank you for closing for me today on this bill. This piece of legislation requires the state to submit a plan to Congress to deal with and eliminate the passport backlog at the Bureau of the Consular Affairs due to COVID-19. Last month, I led a letter to the Bureau of Consular Affairs urging state to begin processing millions of these pending passport applications. I'm glad action is being taken to reduce this backlog, but it is not happening fast enough. I'm confident that this legislation will provide a clear guidance to my constituents and Americans across the country about when they can expect an answer regarding their passport application. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for indulging me, and I yield back the remainder of my time from the kids' table at Thanksgiving, because that's sort of the way I feel like down here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burchett. Ms. Omar.
Can you hear me, Chairman?
Yes.
Well, I'll keep my remarks short. I'm just grateful for this markup. These are essential bills, and I am really excited to support and be co-lead in some of them. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Allred.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support a number of the bills in this en bloc, but wanted to speak out specifically about one of my bills, and I'm pleased with my resolution, the U.S.-Iraq Strategic Partnership, which I introduced with my colleague, Congressman Rushenthaler, who's already spoken about this resolution, is being considered by the committee today. This bipartisan resolution highlights the many challenges that the new Iraqi government faces, the importance of the U.S.-Iraqi relationship, and the ways in which the U.S. and Iraq can work together to face these many challenges. While the looming threat of rising COVID-19 cases, a possible resurgence in ISIS, and an economic crisis, it's more important now than ever that we show support for the U.S.-Iraqi relationship. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the ranking member for including this measure in the markup today, and I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bipartisan resolution. I yield back.
Ms. Wild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like, first of all, to associate myself with the remarks of the ranking member, Mr. McCall, and urge the approval by Congress of the International Claims Agreement between Sudan and the United States arising from the deaths of 11 Americans in the al-Qaeda bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi in 1998. And of course, I support H.R. 7682, the Sudan Democratic Transition Accountability and Fiscal Transparency Act of 2020. Now I'd like to speak in support of H.R. 6334, Securing America from Future Epidemics Act. As our nation and the world face the greatest public health crisis in a century, we should be working with allies and partners across the globe to bring about unprecedented international cooperation among public health agencies, scientists, the private sector, and non-governmental organizations. The speed of travel and global reach of COVID-19 reminds us of how deeply interconnected our world is today. Our response must be similarly interconnected and global in scope, mobilizing the full resources of our government at all levels to ensure that we are adequately confronting this crisis here at home and building capacity and preparedness abroad. These are not two distinct objectives. They are two necessary components of the same objective: to counter, contain, and combat COVID-19. At a time when the international community should be united in this common mission, we see instead a lack of clear strategy and political will on the international stage. The temptation to retreat inward, including in our own country, has come at the cost of developing the integrated global leadership which we so urgently need. H.R. 6334, the Securing America from Future Epidemics Act, is an important first step toward achieving that global leadership. This bipartisan legislation would authorize our country to join the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, an alliance of government, private sector actors, philanthropic organizations, and civil society groups from around the world focused on developing vaccines for COVID-19 as well as to prevent and contain other major international health crises in the future. No country can solve this problem alone. We must work together. By recognizing that this global challenge will require a global strategy, we can meet this challenge. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in passing this legislation with a resounding bipartisan vote so that we can send an unmistakable message that the United States is ready to rise to this occasion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Wild. Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk briefly about two measures in the en bloc today. First, it's my honor to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute to Mr. Jeffries' Haiti Development, Accountability, and Institutional Transparency Initiative Act. I'm hopeful that this bill will foster deeper engagement between the United States government and the people of Haiti, not just the elites, but the people working on the ground to end corruption and promote real accountability and justice for the entire Haitian people. My colleagues have heard me talk about my decades of work to protect human rights in Haiti. To now play a role in moving this important legislation is a real privilege for me, and I want to thank Chairman Engel, Ranking Member McCall, and of course Mr. Jeffries for making this all possible. I also want to thank the Chairman, the Ranking Member, Mr. Allred, and Mr. Reschenthaler for considering my amendment to their resolution affirming the nature and importance of the United States-Iraqi bilateral relationship. According to census data, the largest Iraqi-born community in any congressional district in this country resides in the district I represent, Michigan's 9th. So first, let me thank Mr. Allred and Mr. Reschenthaler for their work to underscore how important the relationship between our two countries is, because that relationship is deeply meaningful to my constituents and to me personally. And this resolution recognizes that many Iraqi refugees would be subject to violence, persecution, or death if forcibly returned to Iraq. I hope the administration makes good on its own pledges to recognize this danger too. Too many families in my district, many of them Chaldean Christians, have been torn apart and seen their loved ones forced back into a country they once fled, knowing they might face repression, torture, or even death, as has already happened to one of my constituents. While I'm continuing to work hard to promote their safety, I'm pleased to see this committee at least acknowledge the dangerous reality so many of them face. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I want to commend our work to recognize Mohandas Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. with the tremendous exchange program that under the leadership of our late colleague John Lewis, as someone who really believes in the relationship between India and the United States, and especially direct exchanges between our peoples to explore our common values. The history of nonviolent direct action to achieve social change that these two historic figures embody, and the ability of Americans and Indians to work together to deepen that understanding is something I think is really important, and I'm very happy to support that. Thanks again, Mr. Chairman, for your great leadership, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Levin. Before I move on to Mr. Deutsch, are there any Republicans who wish to speak? Okay, then Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member McCall for holding this markup. I want to take a moment to mention our friend John Lewis, who we've been honoring this week. He was not a member of this committee, but he served as an example for all of us. His lifelong quest for equality and civil rights inspired not only Americans, but millions around the world, and upheld America's image as a beacon of liberty and a champion for human rights. I'm so proud today to support his legislation, H.R. 5517, the Gandhi-King Scholarly Exchange Initiative Act, and I hope that we will remember and we will continue to honor his legacy as we debate America's foreign policy and our role around the world. I want to express my support for all of the measures today, in particular H.Res. 1033, H.R. 7703, the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative, Mr. Espaillat, H.R. 3331, countering Hizballah in Lebanon's military act, Rep. Zeldin and Luria, H.R. 7682, the Sudan Democratic Transition Accountability and Fiscal Transparency Act, Chairman and Ranking Member, and H.R. 5586, the Haiti Development Bill of Representative Jeffries that Mr. Levin just spoke about. I'm also glad that today we'll be marking up the Libya Stabilization Act, which I introduced in October with Mr. Wilson. Since last fall, the conflict has become even more threatening for U.S. interests and regional stability. The ongoing conflict in Libya has provided Russia a foothold in North Africa and entree into Libya's energy industry, to undermine NATO solidarity, and it's threatened European security. It's destabilized Libya and the Eastern Mediterranean more broadly, and it's exacerbated a humanitarian and migrant crisis. In response, this bill calls on the United States to take a more active role in diplomacy to resolve the conflict, to support humanitarian assistance, democratic governance, civil society in future elections, and to improve Libya's public sector financial management, specifically of the central bank and National Oil Corporation, which are flashpoints between the warring parties. This bill also sanctions those who deploy mercenaries, support militias, violate the UN arms embargo, and commit human rights violations in Libya. The bill demonstrates Congress's interest in de-escalating the conflict, in reviving diplomacy, and ending foreign intervention in Libya. It makes the threat of sanctions more credible and signals bipartisan support for their implementation against any unhelpful actors in Libya. I think it is important that we advance the bill now, given reports about Russia's expanding military deployments, Turkey's growing role in escalation, and warnings of potential Egyptian military intervention. I hope the bill demonstrates that the United States will not allow others to work against our interests and the interests of the country, and that we must work with the UN, with our European allies, regional states, and most importantly, Libyans, to end the war and to rebuild Libya. I'm proud to support, again, all of the measures that we'll advance today, and I thank the chairman, yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. I strongly support everything in the en bloc. I was very happy to have a chance to work with Mr. Deutsch, Mr. Wilson on the Libya measure, as well as with you and Mr. McCall on the Hong Kong measure. And I want to address my remarks to that and to the bigger challenge that we face as a country and as a committee on China. And I want to say that with this Hong Kong bill, we are doing something very good and very important, but, and please don't take this the wrong way, also something somewhat easy. It's easy to condemn China. We all do it. It's easy to make it a talking point in our political debates, Republicans and Democrats. We all do it. It's easy to make China a scapegoat for our own country's problems and failures. Too many of us do that. The question is, can we get serious about this? Are we willing to do the much harder things as a country, as a Congress, that are going to be needed to actually win a contest of ideas and influence with the Chinese Communist Party? Are we willing, for example, if we were serious about this, would we be willing to actually tell our business community to disentangle itself from human rights abuses like mass surveillance in China? We passed a bill in the House led by Mr. Sherman, the Uyghur Human Rights Act, which tried to do that, but the Senate stripped most of its toughest provisions. We tried to put those provisions again into the NDAA. Hopefully, it'll work this time. If we were serious, we would be reinforcing our alliances around the world. We would be rallying the free world to our side in meeting this challenge. Instead, we are withdrawing 12,000 troops from Germany and threatening to withdraw more from South Korea and Japan. If we were serious, we'd take a hard look at our defense budget, and we'd ask whether we actually need some of these legacy weapons systems that probably would be useless in an actual shooting war with China, but which are hard to deal with because there are jobs and there are industries. And we might invest that money in research and development as well, not just in defense, but in modernizing our economy and making our country the world leader in building a clean energy economy, for example, because that country, whoever wins that race, is going to dominate the global economy in the 21st century. And if we were serious, we would be reinforcing our traditions, our commitment as a country that takes in immigrants and refugees. This is how we won the Cold War. One way we won the Cold War against the Soviet Union. We would be opening our doors to people fleeing repression in China, people fleeing the suffocation of Hong Kong by the Chinese Communist Party. And we'd be recognizing that not just as a humanitarian imperative, as a good thing to do, but as something that would benefit the United States of America, because we would benefit from the incredible talent of these people who may not be able to stay in China and Hong Kong anymore. It's a way, it would be a way of winning this competition without firing a shot. That would be hard because it implicates all of our hard debates on immigration. And unfortunately, the only steps we've taken are steps backward, canceling the Fulbright program for Hong Kong residents, for example, which I think is a total self-inflicted wound. Fortunately, I think we are working well together on this in this committee. I've worked closely with Mr. Curtis, Mr. Kinzinger, Mr. Castro, a number of members on both sides on legislation that would open our doors to people who are fleeing potential Chinese repression in Hong Kong, that would open the United States to the great talent of these people and send a message to the Chinese Communist Party that if you suffocate this place, you will lose its best and brightest, and your loss will be our gain. That's the kind of thing we should be doing. And I hope, and I think I'm confident in saying, that by the time of our next markup, we will have come to a strong consensus on that legislation, and we'll be able to move forward on a bipartisan basis to do something important and something hard. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you, Mr. Malinowski. Are there any other members seeking recognition? Hearing no further requests for recognition, then without objection, the committee will proceed to consider the noticed items en bloc. Without objection, each measure is considered as read, and the amendments to each are considered as read and are agreed to. The question occurs on the measures en bloc as amended, if amended. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. That sounds interesting. Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The measures considered en bloc are agreed to, and without objection, each measure is ordered favorably reported as amended, and each amendment to each bill shall be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Now on to the next item of business. Pursuant to notice for purposes of markup, I now call up H.R. 7682, the Sudan Democratic Transition, Accountability, and Fiscal Transparency Act. The clerk will report the bill.
Mr. Chairman, could you please repeat the bill number for me?
H.R. 7682.
H.R. 7682. A bill to support a civilian-led democratic transition, promote accountability for human rights abuses, and encourage fiscal transparency in Sudan and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled, Section 1, short title, this act may be cited as the Sudan Democratic Transition, Accountability, and Fiscal Transparency Act of 2020.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point.
Does anyone have an amendment?
No? Okay.
Wait, hold on. Mr. Perry,
Does anyone have an amendment?
Mr. Perry.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to desk.
Mr. Perry.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to begin by asking unanimous consent to insert the words "the government of" before the word Sudan in both places where it appears in subsection A of the amendment.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Sudan has certainly made significant strides to rejoin the community of nations, including their total government reorganization and selection of a civilian leader. In February, Sudan agreed to pay
excuse me, will the gentleman suspend for a minute? I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The clerk shall distribute the amendment to your staff virtually. For members currently in the hearing room, you can pick up a copy of the amendment at the designated desk. And let's pause briefly to give all members enough time to review the amendment, just about a minute, so everybody has a chance.
Okay, Jason's passing out.
What's being passed out?
They're passing out the amendment.
Okay. The amendments are being passed out. Mr. Perry will return with you in a minute. Thank you. Okay, I believe now everyone has gotten a copy of the amendment. Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
Perry, Amendment Number 172. At the end of the bill, add the following. Section 17, limitation on availability of funds. In general, none of the funds authorized to be appropriated by this act may be available for Sudan until the Secretary of State determines that Sudan is no longer a state sponsor of terrorism.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to continue where I left off. In February, Sudan agreed to pay a $70 million settlement to the families of U.S. citizens who died in the U.S. Cole terrorist attack, even though the attack was committed under the al-Bashir regime. Settlements are now pending in the cases of the Kenya and Tanzania embassy bombings in the late 1990s. There are very encouraging signs that Sudan may even be a U.S. ally in the near term. Prime Minister Hamdok is also making significant overtures to Israel, Sudan's one-time enemy. However, we must proceed with caution. Sanctions were prematurely lifted against Burma as it undertook its transition to democratic governance in 2013. As a result, our policy options are limited to address the persecution of the Rohingya in that country on this very day. Assuming this bill passes, we would be authorizing the appropriation of hundreds of millions of dollars to a government the U.S. classifies as a state sponsor of terrorism. And while Secretary Pompeo and Mr. Hamdok have discussed Sudan's removal from the list, no such announcement has yet been made. Before we act with haste, we ought to allow the process to continue. Sudan is still under a transitional government that amounts to a power-sharing agreement between military and civilian actors. But veto powers arguably rest with armed actors making democratic gains in the country fragile at best. I hope that for Sudan's sake, its transition to democracy succeeds, but it is not by any stretch guaranteed. This amendment to limit funding under this act until Sudan is removed from the state sponsor of terrorism list is a responsible measure that signals to Sudan, one, our support for its transition to democracy, while two, ensuring we are doing our due diligence to protect the interest of the American people. I urge my colleagues to an affirmative vote, and I thank the chairman, and I yield back the balance.
I thank the gentleman. Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Sherman.
I rise against the amendment. I'm surprised that that Mr. Perry wants to take wants to take away the flexibility that the State Department needs. We do not want to pressure the State Department into crossing the line and removing the state sponsor of terrorism designation of Sudan. That needs to be worked out, and that is the thing that Khartoum wants the most. And we shouldn't be telling the State Department, you have to do that in order to get the other authorities in this bill. I think it doesn't make any sense to say that we can't provide democracy promotion to the country until it achieves full democracy. We should use this bill to authorize support for those that are building civil society, those that are creating democracy in Sudan, even though the government isn't fully democratic yet, and even if the government has not fully assured us of all the things we need to be assured of in order to remove them from the state sponsor of terrorism list. So let us give the State Department the flexibility they need, both to promote democracy on the one hand and to remove that state sponsor of terrorism designation at the appropriate time on the other hand. And let us certainly not say that until the government of Khartoum meets all our standards, that we will not authorize any money to be spent to help improve the government in Khartoum. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there anyone? Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in support of my colleague, Mr. Perry, and I'm going to read directly from the State Department's website about what is a state sponsor of terror. Countries determined by the Secretary of State to have repeatedly provided support for acts of international terrorism are designated pursuant. It was just stated by one of my other colleagues that it is somehow unreasonable that we expect, if we are going to show support for a state, for a government, that they meet our requirements for what they should be to be considered a peaceful nation, adhering to the norms of civil order across the world. That's too much to expect in order for $1 or one anything from the United States of America taxpayers to go over to some foreign land. That's not unreasonable. That is not an unreasonable request. I ask that we never forget in this room, every single item that we deal with, every dollar, every tank, every blanket, every bit of support or aid that we lend to somebody else comes out of the pocket of an American citizen. And if we can't have a situation where our left hand speaks to our right hand, where if we make requirements that this is a state sponsor of terror and they should not be afforded these things, then let us stick to those things, because that is how we be responsible for the dollars, the resources, the treasure that we are entrusted with as members of the House of Representatives on behalf of our constituents. So I rise in support of my colleague, Mr. Perry, and I ask that others offer debate on this as well. If you have thoughts on this, I think it's an important issue to discuss. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mast. Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to address Mr. Perry's analogy to Burma, because I agree with him wholeheartedly that we made a mistake by lifting sanctions prematurely on Burma while it was still evolving from dictatorship. I was there when the Obama administration made that decision. I argued against it. So you almost had me with that argument. The problem is that this is a very different thing that we are doing. This bill does not lift sanctions on Sudan. It authorizes sanctions. It does exactly what we should have been doing in that previous case. It directs assistance to those in Sudan on the right side of history who are trying to democratize the place, to build respect for human rights and the rule of law, to change it from a country that used to support terrorism, while authorizing explicitly sanctions so that we can hold accountable those who are continuing to hold progress back. And so I actually think this learns the lessons of that episode rather than repeating the mistakes that we made, and that's why I support it and urge opposition to this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there anyone else? Mr. Yoho.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I stand in support of Mr. Perry's amendment for the reasons that were brought up. And I think, and I agree with my colleague, Mr. Malinowski, I think those are important reasons. But I think to send a strong signal from the U.S. government, the Foreign Affairs Committee, that we're willing to work with you, but we want to make sure that the State Department can tell us that there are now state sponsors of terrorism, and I yield back. I will support Mr. Perry's amendment.
I thank the gentleman. I now recognize myself. I oppose the amendment because it would tighten restrictions that already exist on U.S. assistance to the people of Sudan, which undermines the entire purpose of the bill. This amendment would cause a chilling effect on the administration's efforts to provide assistance through implementing partners to benefit the people of Sudan who are recovering from the previous regime's pariah status, kleptocracy, and gross human rights abuses. Is there anyone else who wishes to
Mr. Chairman?
debate? Yes, Mr. Chabot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I support the gentleman from Pennsylvania's amendment. It just doesn't seem like it's asking too much that if we're giving another nation U.S. tax dollars, that nation or those within them, especially terrorists, don't use that money to kill us with it. So I support the gentleman's amendment and thank him for offering it, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any further requests to speak? Okay, the question is on the amendment. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones.
They'll call for a regular vote then. They never accept the voice votes.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Okay, a roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Without objection, staff is... Okay, I guess staff isn't. Pursuant to notice for purposes of markup, I now call up H.R. 7276, the East Africa Locust Eradication Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7276, East Africa Lotus Eradication Act.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and Ranking Member McCall for your support for this legislation and for bringing it to the committee today. I want to also thank our distinguished chairwoman of the subcommittee, Karen Bass. I serve as the ranking member on the Africa Global Health, Global Human Rights Committee, and very, very happy to have her co-sponsoring this bill. This bipartisan bill, Mr. Chairman, creates an interagency task force that would address a crisis of increasingly biblical proportions caused by swarms of desert locusts, which have been compounded by COVID-19, which we all know our own country and so many other countries are dealing with. Swarms of hundreds of millions of locusts descend upon areas, stripping it almost immediately of all of its vegetation. Unfortunately, in part because of COVID-19, we are witnessing the real possibility of a very significant famine in many countries in East Africa and elsewhere, where more than 26 million people are in danger of suffering from acute food insecurity, which is defined as a sudden lack of food or the ability to produce or access minimum requirements of food. While direct intervention, particularly interventions abetted by the use of smartphone technology to track locusts and thus enable mobilization of aerial assets for spraying, has helped countries contain the crisis, especially in Kenya. Elsewhere, we're seeing, again, an enhanced risk of famine, and that could also come to Kenya as well. I'm particularly worried about Ethiopia, where a perfect storm of internal political conflict, international confrontation over water resources with Egypt, and again, COVID, and now Locust, is creating an environment where interventions cannot be properly staged. Our bill would create an interagency working group comprised of representatives from USAID, state, the NSC, the Department of Defense, and the Department of Ag to formulate a strategic plan to address this and future locust outbreaks, as well as other similarly destructive pests such as fall armyworm, which wreaks tremendous havoc on crops annually. The working group would also include a representative from our mission to the UN food agencies based in Rome, where our current ambassador, Kip Tom, is doing a stellar job interacting with both the World Food Program and the Food and Agricultural Organization, or FAO, as well as the locust-impacted countries. Ambassador Tom has been pushing the FAO in particular to proactively address the problem and address better use of technology. As I mentioned a moment ago, the use of apps on smartphones in Kenya, advocated by the ambassador, led to roughly 80% of the data collected on the location of these locusts. It is innovation such as this and the adoption of best practices with our interagency group will focus on identifying and implementing. Because again, this is not the last we've heard of these terrible pests. And while the focus of our bill continues to be East Africa, the amended version we are adopting today recognizes the expanding threat in other locust countries, including Afghanistan, which are threatened by spreading swarms. Last week, we heard from Acting Administrator Barsa, and he gave detail to what USAID is doing, and it is a collaborative effort with our partners around the world, and I do hope the committee will support this in the House and that it becomes law. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman. For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman is recognized for that purpose. The clerk shall distribute the amendment to your staff virtually. For members currently in the hearing room, you may pick up a copy of the amendment at the designated desk. Let's pause briefly to give all members enough time to review the amendment. Okay, I believe that everyone has received a copy of the amendment. The clerk will please report the amendment.
Harry, Amendment 174, an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7276. The end of the amendment, add the following: limitation on funds. No funds shall be authorized or appropriated for the purposes of the interagency working group.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by saying that I certainly and sincerely appreciate my good friend and colleague from New Jersey, Mr. Smith's bill, and his intentions, which are honorable and they are sincere. This bill enshrines it as the policy of the United States that our nation ought to control current and future desert locust outbreaks in East Africa. Everybody wants to help. Everybody wants to help. Our nation is the most generous in the world, in the entire world. But there is a point where we have to hold our fellow countries accountable. They need to be the first and best resource to assist their own citizen. My concern is that this bill makes it a permanent obligation of the United States to conduct and counteract locust outbreaks in other countries, irrespective of the circumstance for the United States at that moment or the other country. There might be episodes, it might be episodic, where we absolutely need to step in. There might be episodes where we want to step in but can't afford to step in. That should be our prerogative. Put simply, it would be incorrect for America to be the constant benefactor for other countries who, after years of mismanagement, are unable to make the necessary changes in their government policies and practices to best provide for their people. Encouraging citizens of other countries to hold accountable their governments for their actions is the right thing to do for both the short and long term. While America will continue to be the most generous country on the planet, we do expect the beneficiaries of that generosity to demonstrate their uncompromising resolve to do everything they can do to take care of their citizens. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote for this responsible for and assistance support of my amendment. And with that, I yield back the balance, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. I will now recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. There is no authorization in the bill in the first place, since the purpose of the bill is to improve the effectiveness and coordination of the U.S. government response. That distracts from the point and can be construed as limiting funding on all locust control activities. Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I rise in opposition to my good friend's amendment. Let me just say a couple of things. I remember I was here when the Ethiopia famine occurred in the 1980s, when Mengistu, a dictator, used food as a weapon, and the massive loss of life left a lasting impression upon me in terms of what societies need to do to mitigate famines before they happen. There have been other famines that have occurred. The United States and the taxpayers of our country ought to be very proud of the fact that no matter who is at the helm at the White House, we have responded very, very generously to make sure that people had food, that they ate, they had proper nutrition, and it seems to me that this is just another manifestation of that concern. We heard from the acting USAID Administrator, Barsa. He testified here just a few days ago, and he waxed eloquent about what the United States is doing and what our partners around the world are doing. And they frequently put, and I recommend that members read them, the updates that are put out periodically about that other countries, Germany is providing the most of all in this crisis. Good for them. We should be doing our fair share as well. This is a strategy bill. Let me say it again, a strategy bill. Let me say it again, a strategy bill. So that we have a whole of government, interested parties, of course, involved to try to mitigate a crisis before it happens. One of the things that has happened over these last several years has been a big emphasis on early warning capabilities and trying to empower and work with host countries so they could build up capacity as well. It does work. There have been crises that have been averted and mitigated because of early warning. Having a strategy and having people who are vested, this, by the way, is not a permanent authorization. It's a 2-year group that is put together, and maybe it'll be extended, hopefully, because this crisis is not going away, but it'll set up, I think, a mechanism to ensure that women and men and children do not starve to death. Let me just note, according to USAID, as of 7/29, response efforts include ground and aerial pest control, training pest control experts and scouts. Again, that whole idea that people are out there saying, here they're coming, in come the planes. The pests are then destroyed. Ground and aerial pest control, training pest control experts, providing protective equipment, all of which are critical to mitigating a potentially larger impact. We are looking at, and USAID has said it in plain language, a potential famine. You know, there's been some good work done in Kenya. They may have averted the worst of the crisis, but some of the other countries, including Ethiopia and Afghanistan, are at grave risk. I would ask members to vote no on this. You know, food, what's more basic than food? Last Congress, I was the prime author of the Global Food Security Act, and again, we worked across the aisle. You know, we worked during the Obama administration, during the Trump administration, to make sure that food was available, that's nutritious. And when you talk about locusts devouring, if you've ever seen the pictures, and particularly the videos, of what these things do and how quickly they do it, you know, a farmer loses everything almost instantaneously, how does he or she feed their family? How do they feed their community when all of this has been destroyed? So I respectfully urge a no vote on this. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman from New Jersey. Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me again. I would ask of all of my colleagues, I know it's quite often thought, especially on the Foreign Affairs Committee, that there doesn't seem to be an opportunity cost to fund one thing at the expense of other things domestically. And I would beg that that is the wrong way to look at the treasury and the treasure of the citizens of the United States of America. There is absolutely an opportunity cost, and I don't believe there's been a greater time, certainly in my lifetime, to look at what that opportunity cost is, whether we are authorizing or providing for programs or looking at programs for the American people or for those elsewhere. Now, don't get me wrong in what I'm saying here. The United States of America does incredible work around the world. When there are tsunamis, we go out there and we provide our time and our treasure and our aid. When there are earthquakes in places like Haiti or other places, we go out there, we drop what we're doing, and we help the people on the ground, help them survive. We go out there in places whether there's a tornado or a flood or you name it, and we do everything that we can to assist. But right now is a moment where our country has spent at minimum $6 trillion on coronavirus. And if we want to talk about famines and East African locusts and what can occur, well, I would beg that there's a famine in our treasury right now. And that's something that we need to look at the opportunity cost of any program that we are authorizing and say, let's look at the American people first. We do care about other people out there. We do care about that. But right now, we need to look at what has been spent domestically and what will need to be spent domestically, and recognize that if you prioritize every single thing out there, then literally you've prioritized nothing. And that is my ask in this. I offer support for my colleague, Mr. Perry, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Sherman.
I rise in opposition to the amendment, and I do have a question for the author of the bill. This is a strategy bill. This is an amendment to prevent money to be spent. How much money could be spent creating a working group so people get together and discuss what's the most effective response to the Locust?
Well, certainly, gentlemen yield.
Yes, I yield.
Certainly, the amount of money is absolutely de minimis. These people are already there. They would just form in order to collaborate and come up with a. So we spend any money that we allocate more efficiently, so it has a greater impact on the affected communities and people. And I'm not sure in reading the language whether or not it then chills any more money that we might provide. Maybe it's just for the working group or for the actual money that we might allocate at USAID, but the amount of money is about a little over $19 million. That's $19 million, but it buys, as I read from USAID, some very, very, has an outsized impact on affecting this ongoing tragedy.
The gentleman talks about the importance of safeguarding our treasury, reclaiming my time. I think it's clear that money we've already appropriated is going to be spent to deal with this East African locust infestation. And I would think that safeguarding our treasury would involve having a working group and a strategy bill. And so I can commend the gentleman not only for wanting to save many tens of thousands, if not millions of lives in East Africa, but for safeguarding our treasury, because we're going to do it. Let's do it with coordination and strategy. I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further requests to... Oh, Mr. Malinowski, pardon me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to very briefly add that I stand against swarms of locusts. that we have a chance to reaffirm our long-standing bipartisan opposition to swarms of locusts, and I urge support for my colleague and friends, Mr. Smith's excellent and very modest legislation. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Is there further debate on the amendment?
I would ask unanimous consent to speak for 10 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
I think from the days of Moses, we have known the terrible effect of locusts, and it's about time for us to do what the Pharaoh did not do, and that is to have a strategy against locusts.
Gentlemen, certainly.
Moses did not ask the U.S. taxpayer for any dollars.
I thank both gentlemen for their important statements. And hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. Okay.
It's only a matter of time until repairs and need. Call 800-998-7136.
Aye.
That's 800-998-7136.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Pursuant to notice for purposes of markup, I now call up H.R. 6334, the Securing America from Epidemics Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 6334, a bill to authorize United States participation in the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness, Innovations, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
The amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized for that purpose. The clerk shall distribute the amendment to each staff virtually. For members currently in the hearing room, you may pick up a copy of the amendment at the designated desk. Let's pause for a very brief time to give all members enough time to get the amendment, review it. This is tough. I didn't realize this would be this long.
Yeah, he just dropped it.
Okay, the clerk will please report the amendment.
Harry, amendment number 173. Page 4, line 13, strike A, in general.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman. In the midst of the coronavirus pandemic, it is crucial that we are able to obtain expedited access to a vaccine, treatments. It's also critical, as this pandemic has demonstrated, that we are able to rely on international institutions to perform their functions with the highest degree of integrity. The question we have to ask ourselves today is, can we rely on CEPI to be a non-political entity that works for the common good of all? And at this point, we cannot answer in the affirmative, because we know that at least one member of the Chinese Center for Disease Control sits on CEPI's Scientific Advisory Committee. I don't know that I need to remind anybody here that given that the CCP did everything in their power to minimize the severity of the coronavirus or outright lie about it, if not more, it is frankly astounding that CEPI would allow this individual to influence its decision-making processes. Put plainly, the world does not need one more international institution to fall prey to the influence of the Chinese Communist Party. There have also been troubling comments made by at least one member of the CEPI Board of Directors, and I'm probably going to butcher this name, Dr. John Nagansong, member of the Africa CDC, when he stated the Chinese government's response to this new outbreak has been swift and decisive, and also that China has made remarkable progress in responding effectively to disease outbreaks. Now, this good doctor further praised the Chinese CDC in a January 27 article published in NIH's website, or on NIH's website. I assure you that his statements praising China's response to the coronavirus are not exclusive to him within CEPI's leadership. CEPI also worked closely with the World Health Organization for numerous projects and initiatives, including, as has been pointed out, the development of the coronavirus vaccine. Given the threat that the People's Republic of China poses to our national security, we need to focus on ways to build up international institutions free of the PRC's influence. Now, to be clear, this authorization or this amendment regarding the authorization provided in this bill shall not take effect until the date on which the Scientific Advisory Committee on the Coalition of Epidemic Preparedness Innovations removes each member of China's Center for Disease Control and each member of any other medical institution affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party. So I'm not against what we're trying to do here, just against the Communist Chinese Party's involvement. And I would turn to my colleague from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, who just a few minutes ago in a colloquy said, are we ready to get serious about the Chinese Communist Party? I hope we are. I am. Let's do this, but let's do it the right way and send a message to the Chinese Communist Party that we don't accept their propaganda and their involvement in keeping the world safe, because they have no interest in doing any of that. And with that, I yield the balance, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentleman. Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Chairman, Congressman Barrett.
I rise against the amendment, and I know we'll also want to hear from the bill's author, Mr. Berra. I think it's absolutely absurd for the United States to fail to participate in any international organization in which there is the participation of China, or apparently, if I heard the gentleman right, the participation of anyone who says anything nice about China. The Chinese learned this when they tried to build a great wall and wall themselves off from the rest of the world. It didn't work. They were conquered by the Mongols and then the Manchurians, and two dynasties were created by non-Chinese. We cannot wall ourselves off from the world either. The United Nations has the participation of China and its communist government. Does that mean we withdraw? The World Health Organization had the participation of China. We withdrew. That leaves China in a strong position in the WHO and us sitting cooling our heels. Now we have another organization, and we're told, well, the way to prevent Chinese influence is for us to stay home. No, the way for us to avoid Chinese influence, or the influence of the Communist Party of China, is for us to be actively there participating, speaking truth, and convincing everyone or nearly everyone on that board that we are taking the right position. So to think that we can adopt a strategy of trying to wall ourselves off from the world, to think that we can adopt the strategy of the ostrich and put our head in the sand, these strategies do not work. The strategy is to actively participate and know that the strength of our arguments will win the day. With that, I can yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Berra, if he has comments, or he can seek his own time.
Yeah.
Mr. Berra is recognized.
I appreciate the comments of my colleague from California, Mr. Sherman. I rise also in opposition to this amendment. I'm no fan of the Chinese Communist Party, and when I look at what they're doing in Hong Kong, what they're doing with the Uyghurs, I agree with my colleague, Mr. Malinowski, that it is time for us to take the Chinese Communist Party seriously. But this amendment hurts us, the United States. It would slow down our participation with CEPI, and it would hurt our own citizens because it would slow down finding a vaccine that can help us defeat this virus. And what you're talking about is one Chinese scientist on a scientific advisory committee. It's a scientist. The advisory committee doesn't actually have any determination in how CEPI uses its funds, where it makes the investments, and the best way for us to have influence over CEPI and how it moves forward is actually to become a member nation in CEPI. The Chinese are not there, and the best way to counteract Chinese influence is actually to be at the table. If we're not at the table, we cede that authority. And in this global pandemic, we're all going to have to work together, and that includes working with the Chinese to help defeat this virus. I'm critical of the lack of transparency at the beginning of the pandemic, but let's be better than the Chinese. Let's not do the same thing that they've done. Let's actually participate in these global institutions to defeat COVID-19 at the global level. And that's why I oppose this amendment. I think it would actually hurt the United States and hurt our citizens. So thank you. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I thank the gentleman. I'll now recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. The underlying bill has strong bipartisan support, while the amendment stipulates that support to the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations will be restricted until all Chinese representatives are disassociated from CEPI. Conditioning our participation will not only cede the playing field, not enhance efforts to develop a vaccine. It will only cede the playing field. The proposal denies the common sense reality that we will not be able to address global pandemics without the cooperation of all governments, including China. Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Yoho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My sentiments are with my colleague, Brigadier General Perry, over China, and I think that's well known. And I agree that we need to put some meat in some of this legislation, and that's why we're introducing the Taiwan Invasion Prevention Act today that does that. This bill, your amendment, though, I think is good in spirit, and I agree with that. But we're looking at the next zoonotic that we know is coming, and there's one out there right now. It's called the Nipah virus. It has a 50 to 75% death rate. There is no vaccine. And this is what CEPI is. It's focusing on the next zoonotic. And, you can't buy fire insurance after the fire starts. And we've already seen what a devastating virus can do to our economy, to the world economy. And I'll work with you to hold China accountable. But if we're not at the table, if we're not the ones directing this, China's going to do their nefarious things. And this is a way for us to offset that. So I will vote against your amendment. But we'll still be friends. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones.
You mentioned, John, on the way to Texas, you hope to travel with the president on Air Force One, and that pre-flight screening essentially informed him that he tested positive for the virus.
We are going, I think we're going to take a vote by voice. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Now on to the next item of business. Pursuant to notice for purposes of markup, I now call up H.Res. 759, expressing the sense of the House of Representatives that the Russian Federation interfered in the 2016 United States presidential election. The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 759, expressing that it is the sense of the House of Representatives that the Russian Federation interfered in the 2016 United States presidential election and deliberately spread false information to implicate the Republic.
Without objection, the first reading of the resolution is dispensed with. Without objection, the resolution shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. At this time, I recognize myself to speak on the measure. I thank Mr. Keating for his hard work on this measure. Now, we try hard to make sure by the time the committee takes up legislation that we found a bipartisan meeting of the minds. We're not always successful because from time to time we find irreconcilable differences when it comes to policy, and that's the situation here. That's not why we're at loggerheads on this resolution, though. In fact, nothing in this measure should be controversial. Over the past few months, many of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle have expressed their commitment to countering Russian military aggression and protecting our country from future election interference. But we can't come together on this resolution because it states this: Russia interfered in the 2016 election, Ukraine did not. The facts have been confirmed and reaffirmed by the U.S. intelligence community and other government bodies, including those headed by President Trump's appointees and the Republican-led Senate Intelligence Committee. Facts aren't partisan. I'm proud of this committee's strong bipartisan record. I'm grateful for Ranking Member McCall's partnership in building that record, and I hope it's a legacy of my term as chairman. But bipartisanship cannot and must not come at the cost of burying our heads in the sand and ignoring reality just because reality isn't politically convenient. On this committee, we often invoke the old axiom that politics should stop at the water's edge. It doesn't mean that on foreign affairs issues, we're going to focus on a swath of issues just narrow enough that it never puts us in conflict with our partisan loyalties, that we're going to limit ourselves to the areas where it's easy to agree, because it won't put us on the political hot seat. What those words mean is that when we face a challenge from overseas, a challenge to our values, to our security, to our democracy, that we stand up for what is right and true, especially when it might come at a political cost. So facts, again, aren't partisan. Refusing to acknowledge those facts, refusing to acknowledge that Russia attacked American democracy in support of our president, refusing to speak that truth because the president rejects it and demands unwavering loyalty. That refusal, I believe, is an abdication of the responsibility that every member of Congress carries, plays right into the hands of Vladimir Putin and his efforts to stoke confusion, distrust, and division. I think it's wrong. Leaving politics at the water's edge in 32 years, as a member of this body, I don't know that I've seen a clearer text of whether that statement still has any meaning. A hostile foreign power inserts itself into American politics. This power has a clear preference for one side over the other. Will we stand up and say in a unified voice, I don't care which side Russia is supporting, that's unacceptable, or will we splinter along party lines? Will we admit that bipartisanship, even when it comes to national security, is an important idea, but it's difficult to hold up under the hot glare of modern American politics? And anyone who thinks I'd feel differently if the shoe were on the other foot, feel free to scrutinize my record from the 4 years I was ranking member and Barack Obama was president. Facts aren't partisan. Vladimir Putin hopes that our political system is so broken that facts become partisan. This is an opportunity to prove him wrong. It's an opportunity to put our national security above partisan priorities where it belongs. So therefore, I'm pleased to support Mr. Keating's measure and urge all my colleagues to do the same. And I'll now recognize our ranking member, Mr. McCall of Texas, for any remarks he might have.
I'll be offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I'll speak more on this issue. At that time, I was in the Gang of Eight briefing in 2016. It was very clear then, and it's very clear today, that Russia meddled in our elections. And we've talked about this for 4 years. And we've had the Mueller report. And then we had impeachment proceedings. I'll recognize it again here today that it happened, and there should be consequences, and there were. The Congress responded with very tough sanctions against Russia. Mr. Putin is not our friend. I've said that time and time again. They are overly aggressive, as is China. They are both some of the biggest threats to our long-term national security. So we can recognize it again, but I don't want this to be a political exercise to, go after the president or any party. The fact is it did happen. We have to do something about it. When I chaired Homeland Security Committee, I passed major cybersecurity legislation bills to protect our elections from this ever happening again. So I strongly support the notion that it happened, and facts are facts, and history is history, and the truth is the truth. And we can recognize it one more time. As for me, I'm ready to move forward with what are we doing moving forward to protect us from the Russians doing this again? What are we doing moving forward to protect us from the Chinese, who now, Chinese Communist Party, it's come out, are trying to influence our elections, not unlike the case I prosecuted in 1997, the Johnny Chung case that led us to the director of Chinese intelligence working with China Aerospace to put money into his bank account to influence the presidential election in favor of Bill Clinton. This is nothing new. Foreign adversaries meddling in our elections, Mr. Chairman, is nothing new. It's been going on for decades, and the Russians doing it last time is nothing new either. And anybody that has any national security background or intelligence background know this simple fact. So we can condemn this one more time, and I'm prepared to do that. But I think, as for me, and I'll be talking about this in my amendment in the nature of a substitute, that we need to be more forward-looking now and not retroactive-looking. What are we going to do in this election? What are we going to do to protect democracy from foreign adversary nations trying to interfere in our elections? The Russians will undoubtedly try to do it again, and I guarantee the Chinese will too. And as I chair the China Task Force, and I hear talk out of Beijing condemning our task force and our report on the origins of COVID-19 because they don't like what we said, and we translated it into Mandarin and got it through their firewall, and it's gone viral in China, such that the President Xi and his spokesman are speaking out against it, including myself. Don't think for a minute they're not going to try to influence some of our elections in this race. And I'm very guarded about that. I'm very concerned about our vulnerabilities. So we can recognize the past is the past, history is history, but let's not rewrite it either. This has to be factual, and we also need to look proactively, what are we going to be doing about this coming election? And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I realize members wish to speak on the resolution and that some members have amendments to offer. I'll recognize members by committee seniority, alternating between Democrats and Republicans for the purpose of speaking on the resolution first. If you miss your turn, please let our staff know, and we will circle back to you. If you seek recognition, you must unmute your microphone and address the chair verbally. Then we will move on to amendments. Mr. Sherman.
Thank you. I want to thank Bill Keating for putting this resolution forward. I want to thank the chair for bringing it up, even though it cannot be passed by unanimous consent. This resolution says that Russia, not the Ukraine, interfered in the 2016 U.S. presidential election in favor of Donald Trump. It's also important what this resolution does not say. It does not say that Trump colluded with Russia or assisted their interference, nor does it say that the Russian interference was decisive, and we will never know whether this or that action taken by Russia affected so many votes in Pennsylvania or Wisconsin. It simply says that Russia interfered. Now, the ranking member does mention that other nations do things that affect our election, and I think we have to draw the line between affect on the one hand and interfere on the other. It is entirely appropriate for BBC to cover a news story, and if in that coverage we think it favors one party or the other, so be it. We all know it's BBC. or Al Jazeera or Russian television. Nations have a right to put out press releases and stories if we know who's authoring them. Likewise, there are summit meetings held in October of quadrennial years. If Russia wants, if China wants to buy a bunch of soybeans from us next month, maybe that's to affect our election, but we've got a lot of farmers who want to sell a lot of soybeans. If Russia wants to enter into a favorable treaty of the United States next month, that is foreign policy. But what is interference? Interference is when you duplicate Watergate and steal the files of the Democratic National Committee, and in this case, publish them. Interference is when you put out a message under a false flag, and a Russian intelligence officer poses as a black woman from Detroit or St. Louis. And interference is obviously when you interfere with our vote tabulation and voter registration systems. The ranking member says that we have sanctioned Russia for their interference in our election. This is the most token sanction I can imagine. A few computer thugs have been told that if they come to the United States to visit Disneyland, they probably won't get a visa, and if they do, they may get arrested. So they won't visit Disneyland. We have not sanctioned the Russian state in any way for interfering in our election. We have done nothing to Putin. We had in last year's NDA bill a provision to prevent Americans from investing in Russian sovereign debt. That would have cost the Russian state many billions of dollars in additional interest. That, unfortunately, is not in this year's NDAA. We need to pass it separately. And I would hope that a Republican member of this committee would join me in sanctioning Russia for what they did in our 2016 election in a way that affects the government, not just a couple of unnamed individuals. What happens when we don't sanction Russia for what they did in 2016? They felt free in 2018 to provide money and weapons to the Taliban. And when we didn't sanction them for that, they felt perhaps, and this is a matter of dispute, free to offer a bounty for killing individual American soldiers. Finally, I'll point out that the HEROES Act does provide money to safeguard our voting systems. We need that to be in the final package. And this committee had put forward a package that was not passed as part of NDAA to sanction Russia if it, or any other country that interferes in our elections in the future. And I hope very much that with bipartisan support that package can be part of the next coronavirus bill, which is being negotiated now. So we need this resolution. We need to at least go on clear record that Russia interfered in our election, and they did not just editorialize, they cyber burglarized the files of one of our political parties. And this resolution should be a consensus resolution, since I think it says what we should all agree on. But we've got to go further than a resolution. We need to sanction Russia for its past wrongs and impose automatic sanctions for future interference by any nation in our elections. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Perry, the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I deeply regret that this resolution is even being offered. It's not only so transparently political, it actually detracts from the other decent and worthwhile legislation emanating from this committee. The far left is so concerned about this president accepting the results of the 2020 election, all the while they still can't bring themselves to accept the results of the 2016 election. To be clear, this resolution is replete with inaccuracies, starting with the 17 intelligence agencies' claim. The ODNI report clearly says that its assessment was drafted and coordinated among the Central Intelligence Agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the National Security Agency. It's obvious that this is the assessment of 3, not 17 intelligence agencies. Some of the other 14 intelligence agencies include the Coast Guard Intelligence, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and several others who, given the nature of their jurisdiction, were not included in this assessment. On May 8th of 2017, James Clapper, the former Director of National Intelligence, explicitly said that 14 of the 17 intelligence agencies did not offer any kind of confirmation of the claims made in the report. I cannot begin to understand why my colleague would promote such a glaring factual inaccuracy in this resolution. That by itself should be enough for everyone on this committee to vote against it. And if that fact won't change your mind, let's try this one. This resolution supports the conclusion of the United States intelligence agencies that the government of Russia, the government of Russian President Vladimir Putin, and not the government of Ukraine, interfered in the 2016 United States presidential elections. To be clear, there is no intelligence report that says that Ukraine didn't interfere in our elections. It's nonsense to assert that as a conclusion of the United States intelligence agencies. The left has tried to build a case that there's such an assessment by quoting a few people's testimony from the impeachment hearings and from Christopher Wray's testimony. But Wray explicitly said that he does not have information or evidence of it, and another witness skirted the question by reaffirming that Russia interfered. That does not constitute a formal report of the intelligence community that Ukraine interference conclusively didn't happen. Finally, I'm unaware of anyone reputable who claims that the government of Ukraine interfered in the U.S. election. The allegations were that some Ukrainian nationals did. No one claims that the interference attributed to the Russians was done by Ukrainians. But that some Ukrainians did completely different things. The claim that this is refuting was not made. It's a straw man that was erected by Democrats during the impeachment hearings for partisan purposes. If the gentleman that offered the resolution would like the facts concerning what transpired during the 2016 election, he's more than welcome to meet with me and many others. But as this resolution stands, anyone voting for it is simply voting for fake news. And with that, I yield the balance, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I thank the gentleman. Mr. Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to add my strong vocal support for H.R. 759 and thank Mr. Keating for this bill. Fact of the matter, Mr. Chairman, just what my friend and colleague, Representative Perry, just said, is why this is needed more than ever. Because continually, the President of the United States and other members and others completely distort and minimize the effect that Russia has had in messing with our democracy and others. Our European allies, many of them have also talked about how Russia was doing the same thing in theirs, undermining and underpinning the essence of what a democracy is all about. We can never stand up long enough and loud and state loud enough the significance and importance of protecting our elections from outside forces and its integrity. It is who we are. It is what our DNA is. And if we feel that we are tired of standing up for democracy, and we feel that we can't stand up and talk about the significance and importance of it and go after those who try to threaten it or hurt its integrity, then we lose who we are. We lose our very soul. So this resolution, which helps us stay focused on the source of the electoral interference, Russia, and decouple, that's what this does, those efforts with our relationships with Ukraine, chasing or promoting false narratives about official interference stemming from Ukraine, which is what they're trying to say, Ukraine did it, or Ukraine has something to do with it, would simply be a gift to Putin ahead of our elections in November. There will be more of this coming in months. And so we've got to stay in front of it now and state it clearly, as in this resolution. And our intelligence community and the State Department officials that have repeatedly and clearly in their analysis of 2016 and in their warnings about 2020. So it's not just about the past. You study the past so that you can be prepared for the future, and you continue to talk the truth about the past so that you can make sure that what happened in the past does not happen again. So I hope that we can be sober in our approach, which would help inform our relations with Russia and Ukraine, as well as protect our democracy and our domestic affairs, as well as sending strong messages to our allies that we don't want them to mess with our democracy, nor with yours. And if, in fact, and we need to then put the additional collective pressure on Russia, all of our Western democracies, to say, Russia, we're going to isolate you. And the sanctions that we're looking at, when we're standing strong, can be in a multilateral way to truly isolate Russia and make it turn from its ways, as opposed to having them trying to taint our elections and our democracy. Democracy is what this is all about. Clarity is what this resolution is all about. Let there be no question. Ukraine was not involved in our elections. It was, in fact, the Russians, as all of the information from our State Department and the intelligence community has said. Let's believe them. Let's not believe Vladimir Putin. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks. The gentleman yields back. Mr. Zeldin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I view Russia as an adversary of the United States on many levels, and it is unacceptable for any foreign country to meddle in any U.S. election, and that absolutely includes Russia. With that being said, this resolution is continuing this narrative and effort that is deliberately offending the intelligence of the American public about the undeniable involvement of Ukrainians attempting to meddle in the 2016 election. By the way, yes, it's to a totally different scale. But this resolution is trying to claim two things. One, meddling came from Russians, and two, meddling didn't come from Ukrainians. So here's some facts. Fact one, Ukraine's sitting ambassador to the U.S., Valerie Chally, wrote an op-ed in The Hill condemning then-candidate Donald Trump in the middle of the 2016 presidential campaign. That could be called foreign interference with a U.S. election. Fact two, the Ukrainian embassy in Washington, D.C. during the 2016 presidential election worked directly with reporters researching Donald Trump, Manafort, and Russia to dig up dirt, according to Alexandra Chalupa, a Ukrainian-American working as a DNC consultant. She worked with reporter Michael Isakoff, invited him to an event with Ukrainians in D.C. and connected him with Ukrainians at the event in an email. 2 days before the event, Isakoff published a story about a $26 million deal that fell apart between Manafort and a Russian oligarch related to a telecom venture in Ukraine. Fact three, Ukrainian officials were actively encouraging efforts to have law enforcement investigate Trump campaign staff to push the Trump-Russia collusion narrative. Sergei Lushenko, a former Ukrainian investigative journalist and current member of parliament, held a news conference to highlight the Black Ledger and urged Ukrainian and American law enforcement to aggressively investigate Manafort. 2 weeks after the news conference, Lushenko said, quote, "For me, it was important to show not only the corruption aspect, but that Trump is a pro-Russian candidate who can break the geopolitical balance in the world." He said that the majority of Ukraine's politicians are, quote, "on Hillary Clinton's side." Fact four, on social media during the 2016 U.S. presidential campaign, Ukrainian officials criticized Donald Trump. For example, former Ukrainian Prime Minister Arseniy Yatsenyuk warned on Facebook that Trump had, quote, challenged the very values of the free world. On Twitter, Ukraine Minister of Internal Affairs, Arsen Avakov, called Trump a clown and said Trump is an even bigger danger to the U.S. than terrorism and a dangerous misfit, among other things. Fact 5. During the 2016 campaign, it was a Ukrainian source, Igor Danchenko, who fed false information about Donald Trump to Christopher Steele. You can't ignore the evidence. I'm providing specific examples of facts, and if anyone wants to refute any one of those as to whether or not they actually happened, I'd be happy to yield. Every fact I just stated is 100% indisputably accurate. House Resolution 759, as currently worded, ignores all of these facts and actually takes the position that none of these facts are even in existence. To pass Mr. Keating's resolution as is would be to falsely claim that these facts don't exist. It would be misleading the American public. It would divide this Congress even further. I would look forward to any opportunity to work with my colleague on the other side. We certainly share a concern as far as Russia's activities, and no foreign country, and that especially includes Russia, no foreign country should ever meddle in any U.S. election, whether it's school board or to President of the United States. And what we should be working to do right now, what I believe the American public wants us to do, is to work together to find common ground. And I believe that there is common ground on both sides of the aisle. We've seen it now over the course of years in identifying and confronting Russia's involvement and to secure our elections. But I would ask the author of today's resolution to please consider making a modification to the resolution, because as currently worded, it gives the impression that none of these facts actually exist, which just isn't true. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Keating. Excuse me, Mr. There are a few other people. Let me reverse that. Mr. Deutsch. Is that good?
Then Mr. Keating. Mr. Keating. Yes.
There are some others.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for holding this markup and bringing this resolution for consideration, along with some amendments, minor amendments I'll bring to update the facts that surround this. I was pleased that we're marking up this resolution, House Res 759, because it's central to the work of our subcommittee, a subcommittee that's worked hard. This resolution is a clear statement that Congress recognizes two very important objective facts: that Russia interfered in the 2016 presidential election and that Ukraine did not. Ukraine, where there's 14,000 dead Ukrainians as a result of the Russian aggression, and where 1.5 million of their citizens are displaced, and where, as we sit here this afternoon at the Donbass, right now, on both sides is a very tenuous ceasefire with Russia-supported military on one side, Ukrainian soldiers supported by our NATO allies on the other. Ukraine and other former Soviet states face near constant aggression. We've addressed these threats in this committee with 5 different hearings, specifically on Russia's malign activities. They encompass Kremlin activities to gain political influence abroad, which includes attacks on our own democratic elections. This is important because 4 weeks ago today, talking about being forward-thinking, President Putin disturbingly addressed Russian television and said that former Soviet republics took some of Russia's traditionally historic territory, a chilling statement based on his actions in Crimea. There's a consensus among U.S. intelligence agencies that Putin interfered in our 2016 and 2018 elections, and that he's trying to do the same thing leading up to this November. Warning bells are going off, and we have no time left to let the Kremlin disinformation campaign slow us down and confuse us with the 2020 elections coming. We're not the only victims of these attacks. They've occurred in Estonia. It's since expanded through the UK, France, and all through. UK just released last week a self-criticizing document saying that they have not been as alert. We can't repeat the same mistake here going into our election. After Russian interference, Putin himself asserted that Ukraine, a country Russia invaded in 2014 and continues to occupy to this day, was the culprit in the interference in our 2016 presidential campaign. This is a false narrative. It's absurd. It's absurd. Sadly, to be quite frank and disappointing, that somehow we've allowed this false narrative around Ukraine to enter the public debate here in this country and here in this committee today. So it's time that we in this committee take our responsibility seriously, set the record straight so there's no question about what is true and what's not true in the context of the attack on our own country in Ukraine. It's important that we stand by Ukraine because Ukrainians have been struggling fearlessly to protect democracy within their borders in the face of Kremlin's subversive efforts to thwart them. This is because a strong Ukraine is Putin's worst nightmare. A democratic Ukraine aligned with the West shows Russians and Russian speakers that they have a choice beyond Putin's corrupt Soviet-style regime. That's why Putin tries to exploit fault lines among NATO and our partners, and to keep Ukraine isolated through a constant barrage of disinformation and actual warfare. By passing this resolution, we show Ukrainians that we stand with them as a steadfast partner and support their democracy, support their future. And we show Putin that we are united against his efforts to divide democracy. At one of our hearings, our first hearing, Ambassador Fried stated that Russian disinformation is our greatest danger. And he quoted that the signals from the top of the U.S. administration should not be ambiguous, specifying that he meant the president. That hearing was 1 year ago this month, and it's our responsibility to be steadfast and unambiguous. That's the job of this Congress. That's the job of this committee, and indeed, it's the job of our subcommittee. So as we approach yet another election, Mr. Chairman, I ask that we all support this resolution. It's a critical decision that we should make to be clear, unambiguous, and be able to move forward and fight the attacks that are ongoing towards our next election. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. As somebody who serves, in addition to this, on this committee, serve on the Intelligence Committee, I want to thank Representative Keating for his efforts and for this resolution. It's important that we acknowledge the role that Russia played in interfering in our 2016 elections, that we don't let them forget about it or the world forget about it or our fellow citizens forget about that. But it's also important that we prepare to stop them from doing it again, because we know that they're trying. Not only Russia, but also other countries. And while it's true that throughout our country's history, there have been other nations that have tried to interfere in our elections, with the proliferation of media, the creation of social media, the proliferation of cell phone technology, it's never been easier, and there have never been more entry points than there are now for nations to try to attack us and interfere with our elections. A few members, I think, spoke about the importance of buffeting our election security. That's absolutely critical to make sure that Russia or no other nation is successful in interfering with our elections. I believe that although this Congress has done some, we could do much more to secure our elections. We could provide more resources to state and local governments to do that. Another area that I believe is underdeveloped and that we have a lot of work to do on this committee and on the Intelligence Committee is in cyberspace, in cyber diplomacy, in cyber agreements with our ally nations, to make sure that when we're attacked and when our allies are attacked, that we can act together in concert to defeat those threats and to make sure that Russia and other nations are not successful in interfering with our democracy. I also believe that just as we voted recently on military spending, or on the NDAA at least, that some of our spending priorities are misplaced.
and that we could do a much better job of addressing this issue in terms of how we spend money. For example, with the technology that's being developed by some nations that are quite adversarial to us, including Russia and China, even our most sophisticated weapons could be rendered useless with a few computer keystrokes. All of the billions of dollars that we spend on this machinery could literally be rendered useless if we don't get our cyber space work right, if we don't perfect our cyber defenses. And so thank you for the resolution. I look forward to continued work in this committee and increased work in this committee on all of the issues that we have all talked about and the issues that I addressed. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you, Mr. Castro. Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support Representative Keating's resolution, and I note that both the House and Senate Intelligence Committees concluded that Russia interfered in our elections in 2016. The Special Counsel's Office concluded that Russia interfered in our elections in a sweeping and systematic manner. That's why the U.S. Congress passed, on a bipartisan basis, sanctions on Russia. We need to do that again, because Donald Trump's failure to stand up with Russia has caused them to engage in even more aggressive behavior. I'm going to list for you the following undisputed facts. The White House has not denied that the CIA assessed Russia paid money to the Taliban to kill U.S. troops. The White House has not denied that this information appeared in the president's daily brief. The White House has not denied that Russian hackers attacked COVID-19 research centers in the United States. The White House has not denied that Russia is spreading disinformation about COVID-19 in the United States. And the White House has not denied that Russia is continuing to interfere in our elections. Based on a recent interview with Axios that was released today, Donald Trump has had multiple conversations with Vladimir Putin, has not raised any of those issues. And when pressed, you know what he said regarding the Taliban? He said the U.S. also armed the Taliban when they were fighting Russia. The job of the President of the United States is not to make excuses for Russia. It is to protect U.S. troops. Since he's not going to do that, we on this committee need to mark up a sanctions bill as soon as possible. And so I support this resolution. I urge us to mark up a sanctions bill. And let me conclude by saying that while I welcome Republican members on this committee who say that they realize Russia is not our friend, your words ring hollow every time you remain silent when Donald Trump kneels before Vladimir Putin. I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Levin.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Yes. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's really sad to me to see over and over fake news presented as truth. It's not true. The different statements we've heard today are absolutely absurd. What we should be looking at is what actually has occurred, and that is that President Trump has been the true friend of the people of Ukraine. Indeed, 14,000 killed. Congressman Keating, when they talk about the aggression, so often it's left out how many people have died. And so thank you for raising that. But it's President Trump who's provided the Javelin missiles to protect the people of Ukraine. Nobody has been more in support of the freedom and liberation and the success of democracy in Ukraine than President Donald Trump. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Keating for his resolution H.Res 759. I support it. I just want to speak up briefly for Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, the Ukrainian American community I represent. You know, to talk about Russia and to talk about Ukraine, you can't talk about them outside of their relationship with each other. And to put forward a false narrative that Ukraine interfered in our elections in anything like the way Russia did, which is espionage, is not only false, but it further undermines Ukraine and its independence. The President of the United States has advocated for Russia to be allowed back into the G7, despite the fact that it is unremorseful about overrunning the border of an independent country, seizing its land, and to this day continuing to participate in a guerrilla war against its sovereign neighbor. The evidence is not only incontrovertible that Russia interfered in our 2016 election, we've also been presented by our intelligence community with information that no one disputes that they've been interfering in this election. The fact that some Ukrainians may not like it and may express their opinions in our free press, that a president of the United States stands with the KGB agent Vladimir Putin in Helsinki almost 2 years ago right now, and says, yeah, I think I believe him more than our intelligence services. As the late John McCain said, that was one of the lowest points in the history of the U.S. presidency. And Donald Trump continues to kowtow to Vladimir Putin. I don't know why, but it's completely unacceptable. And we need, on a bipartisan basis, to stand up to Russia. It's not really about Democrats and Republicans. It's not a political matter. We're talking about the most basic security interests of the United States. Ukraine is our friend, and I, for one, am going to stand up for an independent, democratic Ukraine against the aggressor next door, Russia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There have been some very impassioned speeches today on both sides about protecting the sanctity of our elections and helping each of our constituents, no matter where they are in this country, to be able to know truly that their vote matters. Their vote is not somehow being discounted by any kind of interference from outside. And I think as we discuss this, it's also important to ensure that it's not being tainted or swayed or tarnished in any kind of way from anything that occurs, more importantly, from inside the United States of America. That shouldn't be removed from this conversation. I would open it up. I have plenty of time here. Would anybody like to forecast? Are there any dossiers that plan to be purchased for this election from any former British spies? Are there any plans for that for this election? Or perhaps I could open it up. Would anybody like to deny that that occurred last time, in the last election? Speaking of foreign interference, would anybody like to deny that that foreign interference occurred? The purchase of a fake dossier by a former British spy by the DNC. This might be a long 3.5 minutes.
If the gentleman will yield, you seem to be saying that doing opposition research, something most campaigns do, which inevitably leads to both true and false statements against your opponent, as every opposition research booklet does, constitutes election interference. That means everybody who has been in a tough race has engaged somehow in interference.
I will reclaim. I thank
the
you for your
fact that
I reclaim.
the okay, well,
I want to respond. I want to have time to respond to what you brought up, not get too far down the road. There's no question that the research of anybody's opposition or presenting information about candidates is fair and just to provide to the American people. But if you're arguing that a dossier purchased by the DNC, by your party, and sold to the FBI knowing that it was fake, an internal government agency, an agency of citizens of the United States of America, not even a foreign actor, that is somehow above board? Is this the argument that you want to, that you want to have right now, that the Steele dossier was nothing more than innocent opposition research? I yield to you.
The research was so alarming that John McCain flagged it to authorities. It is, opposition research does occasionally reveal information that should be given to law enforcement. It is not the invoking of a foreign government to engage in opposition research, and certainly every one of my Republican opponents has engaged in opposition research.
So I will reclaim, Mr. Sherman. I thank you for the debate. As always, we have often lively debate. I will point out we sat here for probably roughly 2 minutes with nobody disputing that did occur, and also you all chose not to forecast to me whether you plan to purchase a dossier for this election as well. I yield back.
Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I always appreciate a moment of silence in committee. The really important question before us here is not whether Russia interfered in our elections, because I think we all agree that that happened, as Mr. McCall said. And by the way, I agree with Mr. McCall. I don't feel a burning need to constantly reaffirm that fact that we all acknowledge. I think it's more important to be protecting our next election. The really important part of this resolution, the really important issue, is the allegation that Ukraine interfered. And this is why it's important, because what Russian propaganda consistently does is not to try to exonerate Russia, it is to incriminate everybody else. The Russians will always say, yeah, sure, we kill journalists, but so does everybody else. We interfere, so does everybody else. So get off your sanctimonious high horse. We're no different, we're no better, we're no worse than anybody else. And there has been a concerted Russian effort to try to say that Ukraine did exactly what they did. And it's important for us to push back against that. Now, we've heard these allegations, again, repeated in this hearing, that yes, as the Russians charged, the Ukrainians did things that constitute interference. And I'd like to ask everybody to imagine this scenario. There is a candidate for president of, say, France, who has a good chance of winning power in that country. And he says in the course of his campaign that if he wins, France is going to cease to recognize Texas as being part of the United States of America because those Americans stole it from Mexico all those years ago. We're going to de-recognize Texas. And then the U.S. ambassador to France says that would be bad, publishes an op-ed in a French newspaper saying the United States government would take issue with that. That is what the Ukrainian ambassador to Washington, to the United States, did by publishing an op-ed in response to a very similar statement by a candidate for president of the United States. That is not interference. That's an ambassador doing his job. That is what every single American diplomat does around the world. Now, as for Ukrainian politicians calling our candidates names, I'd actually like to ask my friend Mr. Zeldin this question. If you or I, as a member of Congress, were to accuse a politician in Ukraine of being a clown, would we be interfering in a Ukrainian election, in your view, sir?
So part of your statement in posing that question, the preface said that that we are claiming that Ukrainians attempted to do exactly what Russians did. So the whole preface to that question is actually not a position that I've heard any one of my colleagues ever say.
But would it be interference? I'm not saying, does it even rise to the level? Would it be interference if you or I
If there was an
called
election coming up in a foreign country and we all started weighing in about how we wanted to have one candidate over the other and then started to advocate against one of those candidates, absolutely.
Well, reclaiming my time, we do that all the time. All of us do it. As for accusations of corruption under the Sergei Magnitsky Act, this committee has the authority to present evidence to the State Department that a foreign leader, politician, candidate for office is engaged in corruption, and the Secretary of State has to look at that evidence and make a decision as to whether that person should be sanctioned. That's not interference. And why this is so important is that if we start defining these things as interference, we are basically saying that what we all do here, what our diplomats do around the world in defense of American interest and American values, is somehow tantamount to interference in other countries' affairs, which is exactly what the Russians seek to do. They try to cast what we do around the world in defense of human rights, in opposition to corruption, as interference in their politics, in their elections, in their internal affairs, and therefore illegitimate. And these accusations against Ukraine absolutely reinforce that narrative. They are outrageous, and they should stop. And that's why I strongly support this resolution, particularly the simple statement that Ukraine did not interfere in our election. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Representative Malinowski, will you yield, please?
I think the gentleman's time is up.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield the balance of my time to my friend from New York, Mr. Zeldin.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Chair, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record a January 11, 2017 political article from Ken Vogel, Ukrainian efforts to sabotage Trump backfire.
Without objection.
And one more, just because we've been talking about it. Request unanimous consent to enter into the record Ambassador Valerie Chali's August 4th, 2016 op-ed in the Hill attacking Donald Trump during the height of the campaign.
Without objections. So ordered.
Thank you. So just to pick up on this conversation with Mr. Malinowski's concerns, I think what troubles me is that the current wording of the resolution as is gives the impression that there weren't any Ukrainians interfering in the 2016 election. And if the intent of the author is to make the claim that there were no Ukrainians attempting to interfere in the 2016 election, then that's fine. We just need to be honest with each other in this conversation. If it's the intent of the author in this resolution to ensure that the public isn't getting the wrong view, if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle believe that there were Ukrainians who were weighing in different ways, and I pointed out numerous facts. I mean, the Ukrainian embassy in Washington, D.C. was working with a DNC consultant, Alexandra Chalupa, with a reporter to dig up dirt. You had members of the Ukrainian parliament mobilizing to try to launch investigations against the Trump campaign. I mean, all the facts that I laid out actually happened. Now, to respond to one of the points that were being made, where Ukraine is a friend. I don't know any one of us on either side of the aisle who believes Ukraine is not a friend. I was inside of the closed-door impeachment depositions where I recall having an exchange with Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman where he stated that the impeachment itself was weakening our relationship with Ukraine. And then also with regards to the Trump administration, because I heard many claims being made going after the Trump administration on offense, it's important to note to that point of the United States and Ukraine having a strong allied relationship that It was the last administration, I believe it was a Fiona Hill op-ed in the Washington Post talking about how President Obama wouldn't provide lethal aid, the Obama administration wouldn't provide lethal aid to Ukraine because of their sensitivities to Russia. It's not my words, those are Fiona Hill's words. The reason why the Obama administration didn't want to provide that lethal aid to Ukrainians, which was much needed, it was desperately needed, and then the Trump administration comes in and provides that lethal aid, which is directly in contradiction to the Russia's top priority there on those related issues. And to the back and forth just now between Mr. Mast and Mr. Sherman, I just would point out that, for anyone who's looking to conduct any opposition research on political opponents, the idea of going out and hiring a former intelligence spy from Britain to go work with Russian sources and Ukrainian sources is a very different point than anyone in Congress or running for Congress trying to do research on an opponent domestically, but going out and actually paying a foreigner, someone who is a spy for a foreign country to go work with other foreign sources to dig up dirt. And then, by the way, the work product is going to be used to spy on one of the campaigns and to launch a special counsel probe. Many events happened that ended up contributing towards this effort of getting that special counsel investigation launched. All of those pieces, turns out in FBI Director James Comey's words, it was unverified and salacious. And Steele, the person who was paid to dig up that opposition research against the Trump campaign, ended up being removed by the Justice Department as an unreliable source. But he was reliable enough to dig up the salacious and unverified dossier, talking to Russians, talking to Ukrainians. Very different example than domestic sources to dig up opposition research, to research an opponent here at home. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I ask unanimous consent to enter for the record October 3rd, 2019 New York Times article entitled, "How a Fringe Theory About Ukraine Took Root in the White House." I'd also like to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a November 13th, 2019 AP article entitled, "Debunked Ukraine Conspiracy Theory is Knocked Down Again."
So ordered.
And I'd ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a November 22nd, 2019 New York Times article entitled, "Charges of Ukrainian Meddling a Russian Operation, U.S. Intelligence Says."
So ordered.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this is a really interesting hearing, and I hate to break away from this important conversation for a moment, but since this is the hearing that we're having the same day that the President of the United States was interviewed by Axios and finally told us, to Mr. Liu's point earlier, told us that in his recent conversation with Vladimir Putin, he chose not to even bring up the issue of the Russians putting a bounty on the heads of American troops. He couldn't even acknowledge that the Russians were, in that interview, that the Russians were supplying arms to the Taliban. So this is a good conversation to have. But let's remember that at this moment in history, when we've been waiting to understand, we've been waiting for the president to simply acknowledge that if there's any truth at all to what was in my presidential daily brief that I didn't look at or didn't know about or wasn't told about, if there's any truth at all to that, it's outrageous, it's horrific. I feel for the families who lost soldiers as a result, perhaps as a result of this. And here was his moment with Vladimir Putin to even ask him if it was true. Not that that would matter, since he asked Vladimir Putin if they interfered, if Russia interfered in our election, and then was willing to take his word for it when he said no. But he didn't even ask. So let's keep that in mind as we go forward. Let me talk about this resolution for a second and what it is and what it isn't. The resolution says, resolve that the House supports the conclusions of U.S. intelligence agencies that the government of Russian President Vladimir Putin and not the government of Ukraine interfered in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. It's not about what the opinions were of Ukrainian officials or former officials. It's about whether the Ukrainian government interfered in the election, which we know is part of a Russian campaign. Now, I know we have a hard time sometimes remembering things. It is history, but it is not ancient history that Mueller indicted 13 Russian GRU agents and 3 Russian companies for interfering in our elections. We know that. And we know that while I will acknowledge perhaps there wasn't much talk of the U.S. Coast Guard intelligence, we do know that the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, and the Office of Director of National Intelligence issued an intelligence community assessment that summarized the findings of all of the ways that the Russian government interfered in our election. And the evidence now stretches across 5 volumes of bipartisan reports on various elements of Russia's attack on our elections. But alleged Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election to benefit the Democratic Party, that is part of a Russian misinformation campaign. That's why Donald Trump got impeached, as we recall. Remember? It wasn't that long ago. Election meddling was debunked repeatedly during that process, with stunning testimony from multiple nonpartisan witnesses from within the administration. So my question is, do we believe those patriotic public servants, or do we believe Vladimir Putin? It's almost sad, really. Donald Trump benefited from Russian interference to win in 2016. And now, apparently, the president is so fragile that he needs someone to go out and try to find some evidence to support a mirror image of this plot that was put in place by the Russians that benefited him. Someone needed to dig up dirt to show that it was Ukraine and the Democrats. Think of how divisive that is. Think of how divisive it is that we're carrying through in this debate today. We're doing exactly what this Russian disinformation campaign wants us to do. This resolution rejects Russian interference. It stands up for Americans' right to decide our own elections, and it rejects the Russian effort to try to pin the blame on the Ukrainians. We will not turn on another and divide ourselves, not when there's so much at stake. I support this resolution. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Wild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Sherman.
I thank the gentlelady. As to this dossier, keep in mind the firm that created that was first hired by Republican opponents of Donald Trump. And second, keep in mind that whenever you're involved in a campaign, it is quite possible that the work that you hire to be done will be subcontracted to a foreigner. You may hire a graphic artist and find out that that graphic artist has a partner in Toronto. So to say in some haughty way that nobody has ever, you may buy a pen for your campaign, it may be made in Japan. When you buy services, you may indeed find that there's a subcontractor who's not a U.S. citizen.
Will you also
But the bigger issue, I will not yield, the bigger issue is this definition of interference. It is not interference for somebody to write an op-ed in their own name. It was not interference when BBC did a story about my race that I thought was overly complimentary to my opponent. It is not interference if a foreign leader wants to meet with our President Trump in October, and if they sign a deal to buy soybeans, that is not interference in our election. It will be hotly debated. Some people will say this is an attempt to manipulate our election by China or whoever's buying the soybeans. Some will argue that it's great to have a deal maker sell soybeans for you. That's legitimate. And there have been many summits and foreign policy decisions and treaty discussions in the months before our elections. That is not what we're talking about with interference here. We're talking about attempts to manipulate our vote tabulation and vote registration systems. We're talking about false flag, where you pretend to create racial animus by posing as a member of this or that race living in St. Louis when in fact you're a Russian agent in St. Petersburg. And we're talking about burglary, cyber burglary, where you actually steal and violate our laws against theft in order to steal information. We cannot conflate the two things. We cannot say that any foreign leader that says something nice about an American president is interfering in our election, or anyone who comments or writes an op-ed. That is not the same thing as trying to hack our vote tabulation systems. And Mr. Malinowski is correct in pointing out that this committee, as individuals and as a committee, makes numerous statements about politicians seeking to hold power or seeking to win an election. There's just an op-ed today with Bobby Wine, a political activist in Uganda. I've had him in my office. I post something. People in Uganda notice. That is not interference. It might affect what people think. I'm not sure I've done Mr. Wine any good, but that's our job, to do meetings, to make comments, to meet with foreign leaders, to pose for pictures, to write resolutions in favor of democracy, in favor of following the rule of law. And the Chinese government would be wrong to say that our standing up for the people of Hong Kong or the Uyghurs constitutes interference in their political system. It's honest, it's direct, it's in our own name, it doesn't involve burglary, and it doesn't involve hacking. So I don't know if the gentlelady, Ms. Wild, would like me to yield back to her, or to simply yield the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sherman, go ahead and yield back.
Thank you.
Okay. Do any other members wish to speak on the resolution? Mr. Yoho.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield some time to Mr. Brian Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Yoho. Mr. Schneider, Mr. Sherman, sorry, my apologies. Mr. Sherman, I think you did your best to lay out an elegant argument for justifying the Steele dossier. So, I mean, I would ask this. We have a cameraman looking at us. We all can see it on our screen. I would ask that camera person, zoom out to this committee. Can you zoom out so we can see this whole committee on this screen? Person operating the cameras. So your argument to this committee is that what went on with the Steele dossier is above board. It is just, it is right, and there would be no problem with doing that again. And the rest of my colleagues on the other side support seeing that done again. Is that the position that my colleagues on the other side are willing to support of their colleague, Mr. Sherman? You stand for the dossier. You believe that it was justly acquired, and it should be allowed to occur again.
If the gentleman will yield.
Don't even bother asking. I'm not going to yield to you. You didn't yield to me last time. But I will allow this question to stand.
Will the gentleman yield?
I don't know if I can yield the time that you yield me, but I yield back to Mr. Yoho, and he may yield to you if he wishes.
Is the gentleman aware that the President of the United States has said that if a foreign government were to provide him with dirt on an opponent, that he would look at it?
Go ahead.
I think it's important that we look at everything that's said, including everything that you're saying. No doubt about it. That's what fair and just is all about. The statement that was made, argued on your side eloquently, not just with a word, but with several minutes of speech, is that the Steele dossier purchased by the DNC was right and just, and there was no problem with that. Is that what the argument is here, that that was an okay thing to do and it would be okay to do it again? Is it okay to do it again? That's what was being argued by your colleague, that that should be allowed to happen again. Who cares if you do that again in 2020? Who cares if the DNC goes out and does that again? Doesn't matter. It was just fine. Means to an end. Forget about it. American people shouldn't worry about that. Don't worry about what goes on inside the FBI. Don't worry about the way that American people are spied upon by their own government. Don't worry about that. That's what's being said. We shouldn't worry about it before, and we shouldn't worry about it in the future.
I yield back.
Do any other members wish to speak on the resolution? Hearing no further requests.
Mr. Burchett.
Mr. Burchett.
I yield my time to Representative Perry.
I thank the good gentleman, and I just want to remind everybody what we're talking about when we talk about hacking and election interference by Russia is the presumption and the assumption and the allegation that Russia hacked the DNC's email, their server, and took that information and sunlighted that for the world. Now, that might be true. Might be true. But none of it's been proven by anybody. I'll just remind everybody in the room and everybody watching that the DNC disallowed the FBI to investigate. They had their own folks investigate it. Now, we're not going to cast any aspersions here on the validity of that claim. But to ask everybody in this committee to vote on that, to vote on, even though everybody in this committee, both sides of the aisle, disagree with Russia's actions to always meddle in our country, elections, energy, communications, every way that they can. We don't accuse other countries of things we can't prove. We don't accuse anybody of things we can't prove, and none of that has been proven. As a matter of fact, the baud rate, the rate at which the information was taken out of the computer, suggests very heavily that it could not be done over the wires. It had to be, somebody physically had to do it. They used a thumb drive, they used a CD, but they transferred that data mechanically. That's what the evidence actually shows. But we can't talk about that here because there's a bigger agenda. I'm all about holding Russia accountable for everything they do, absolutely, and assuming the worst in them, and China, and North Korea, and a bunch of other rogue nations that hate the United States. But let's be clear about what's happening here. This has nothing to do with that. This is a political narrative so that we can try and use this information in November's election against the members on this committee who reject these falsehoods. That's what this is about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to speak on the resolution? Hearing no further requests, let's move on to amendments now. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman is recognized for that purpose. The clerk shall distribute the amendment to your staff virtually. For members currently in the hearing room, you may pick up a copy of the amendment at the designated desk. Let's pause briefly to give all members enough time to renew and review the amendment. Okay, has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
Keating, Amendment Number 88. If in the fourth preamble clause, strike Richard M. Burr, and insert then, In the fourth preamble clause, insert Richard M. Burr after committee.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, it seems like a long time ago I mentioned that I'd have an updating amendment, minor in scope. We've gone a long ways, covered a lot of ground, talked about everything except what was central to this resolution, that Russia did it and Ukraine didn't. This amendment just updates a few notes. It includes the testimony of State Department Undersecretary of Political Affairs David Hale. There's no evidence that Ukraine interfered in the U.S. election. It also provides additional information about the hearing that we had February 2020, 4 members of the House regarding Russian interference. It also deals with, importantly, Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, Republican run. Senate Committee on Intelligence, privy to information, not newspaper articles, not fake news, as some have declared it. The Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, where there's reports that there's no evidence of interference by Ukraine, and also affirms the fact that all the conclusions and integrity from our intelligence community's assessments on Russian interference is accurate. That's what it does, just an updating, reinforcement. Hope and look forward to looking at other amendments. But as we do so, let's not wander around conspiracy theories. Let's not wander around tangential information. Let's not talk about someone's opinion that they put in an op-ed. That didn't affect the election. I could share some of the on-the-record opinions, op-eds and comments by other people that didn't side with the president in this campaign. But for the purpose of this, I'm not going to use the extraordinary language and name-calling and bitter acrimony of those statements. But they were uttered by Senator Graham, by Rick Perry, Senator Cruz, same kind of editorial comments that we treasure in our country, that people have the right to an opinion. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a systematic, pervasive, dangerous attack on our democracy by Russia and their efforts to deflect this on an ally of ours, Ukraine. That's what we're talking about. As we go to the other amendments, I'll address those issues more. That's why I didn't engage on silence on things that aren't relevant to what we're discussing and what's in here, because what's in here is important and it's central. And it's amazing that right now in 2020, months away from our next election or any time, that we're having a debate about this. That it's so clear. You either trust our own intelligence sources and every bit of factual evidence we have, and as a matter of fact, everything in this resolution that I had, one member on the other side, I won't name him, said everything you put in there was factual. Those private conversations. I'll keep them private. Doesn't mean they'll support the whole resolution, but everything in here is factual. It's why we have a committee here. That's why Congress gets to act on things in the silence of the president. It's why there's a Senate Select Committee, majority Republican committee, that thought it was important to be public about this. That's my amendment. They're minor. We'll get to the other amendments to come. I yield back.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Zeldin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I really wish that we can just be candid and honest with the American public when we know that there's a bipartisan agreement. There are Republicans and Democrats on this committee and throughout Congress who have continuously stated a position that Russia meddled in the 2016 election. And it's like, it doesn't matter how many times Republicans say that, then a colleague on the other side of the aisle will speak out as if we don't have that position. And if you read this resolution and you don't know anything else, you're learning from reading it, you might come to the conclusion that Ukrainians had no involvement whatsoever in the 2016 election. Now, maybe that's your intent, but I think it's the responsible thing for us to tell the American public what we know and what we don't know. Now, if it's your opinion that all of the efforts of Ukrainian officials weighing in the height of the 2016 U.S. presidential campaign, if in your mind that it's okay, it's fair game, if any members of any foreign government want to get involved, if this is your opinion that in August or September, that they can in October, can just start weighing in and trying to influence media. By the way, U.S. media outlets, this isn't the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine writing an op-ed in a Ukrainian outlet, it's in an American outlet. And as you go through the list of a DNC consultant working with the Ukrainian embassy to dig up dirt on the Trump campaign and Manafort and Russia, and then to have elected leaders inside of Ukraine saying that a majority of their parliament wants to support Hillary Clinton's election, and then furthering it by providing dirt and encouraging criminal investigations in the United States justice system to go after Trump campaign officials, and to just discount. It's one thing to discount and say it's okay, if that's your opinion, but to actually present to the American public, this is why we have to speak out during this debate, because if the American public reads the resolution as is, you'd think that none of this had even happened. That sources, the original sources of the Steele dossier were coming from within Ukraine. And again, in the beginning, the middle, and the end of this debate, every Republican can start and conclude and fill up their remarks with concerns about Russia being an adversary of the United States. We could talk about Vladimir Putin wanting to put the Soviet Union back together again, and he can't be trusted on whether it's election interference, to cybersecurity, to Nord Stream 2, to other activities, cyber, and the list goes on. So we could say that over and over and over again, yet when I'm done speaking and I yield back, whoever is to speak next is going to take the position that none of us have said any of this, even though we say it all of the time now for years. And as a matter of fact, if you want to go way back in the record, Devin Nunes, when President Obama was in office, was talking about the concern with Russia as a geopolitical threat, and he was receiving pushback from the Democrats then, or Mitt Romney at the 2012 presidential campaign, saying Russia was the largest geopolitical threat facing the United States, and President Obama said something along the lines of, the Soviet Union called, they wanted their foreign policy back, or some type of a joke to mock Mitt Romney's statement. So you're just ignoring what we're saying as if they're not said. And I think that the responsible thing for the American public, what they really want is for Congress to be honest with them. They want to be able to read this resolution and draw conclusions. They want to be able to turn on the news and actually become smarter as a result of watching those 10 minutes as opposed to being dumbed down. And one of the things that we rely on is that the American public gets the truth. And I think that our time here can be best spent in this committee just talking about facts. And part of that, and this happens all the time in courtrooms, is where the prosecution and the defense agree. When the plaintiff and the defendant agree on factual terms, they just cut to the chase. So how about we just cut to the chase and be honest with each other about a position that Republicans have now, they've had the last few years, they had for years past, as well as being honest with the involvement that Ukrainians had in the 2016 election. Even if you don't think it's any big deal and the foreign governments can go ahead and do it, let's at least be honest that it exists. I yield back.
Gentlemen's time has expired. Are there any further requests for debate on the amendment? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
Aye. Aye.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the ayes have it.
Request a recorded vote.
And the amendment is not
Mi-
agreed.
Mr. Chair, request a recorded vote.
Typo. The ayes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Okay, a roll call vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 482. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. For what purpose is the ranking member seek
Mr. Chair, did you say the amendment was agreed to or was not agreed to?
Agreed to.
It was agreed to.
Okay.
There was a typo here. So, but it's agreed to.
Okay, and so that what we heard was that it was not agreed to.
Okay.
So let's
Where
take the
is
vote
it?
again.
Okay, let's take the vote again, so there's no question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
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 That's fine.
In the opinion of the chair,
The ayes have it.
the ayes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Okay, a recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 482. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. For what purpose does the ranking member seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
The gentleman is recognized for that purpose. The clerk shall distribute the amendment to your staff virtually. For members currently in the hearing room, you may pick up a copy of the amendment at the designated desk. Let's pause briefly to give all members enough time to review the amendment. Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
McCall Amendment Number 75, amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.Res. 759. Strike the preamble and insert the following.
I understand the ranking member would like his amendment read in full without objection. A point of order is reserved. The gentleman is recognized?
No.
No?
And then wait for
Okay. Point of order is reserved.
Please continue.
Whereas on October 7, 2016, the Department of Homeland Security and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence issued a joint statement which concluded that the intelligence community of the United States was confident that the Russian government directed the recent compromises of emails from U.S. persons and institutions, including from U.S. political organizations, and that these thefts and disclosures are intended to interfere with the U.S. election process. Whereas on January 6, 2017, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, on behalf of all 17 intelligence agencies, released an unclassified report entitled Assessing Russian Activities and Intentions in Recent U.S. Elections, which included analysis by the Central Intelligence Agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the National Security Agency that assessed with high confidence that Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered an influence campaign in 2016 aimed at the U.S. presidential election. Whereas the unclassified report from the intelligence community found that Russian efforts to influence the 2016 United States presidential election are indicative of Moscow's long-standing desire to undermine the U.S.-led liberal democratic order, the promotion of which Putin and other senior Russian leaders view as a threat to Russia and Putin's regime. Whereas the unclassified report from the intelligence community warned that Moscow will apply lessons learned from its campaign aimed at the U.S. presidential election to future influence efforts in the United States and worldwide, including against U.S. allies and their election processes. Whereas on August 2, 2018, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Christopher A. Rye, asserted, "As I have said consistently, Russia attempted to interfere with the last election and continues to engage in malign influence operations to this day." Whereas the Trump administration has sanctioned at least 40 Russian individuals and entities for activities related to United States election interference, including the Internet Research Agency, a troll farm that led the effort to stop disinformation around the 2016 presidential election and 2018 midterm elections, and its financial backer, Yevgeny Prigozhin. Whereas the Trump administration ordered a cyber attack against the ARA on the night of the United States 2018 midterm elections, preventing its efforts to spread disinformation as the American people went to the polls. Whereas on December 10, 2019, during a joint press conference with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo stated, "The Trump administration will always work to protect the integrity of our elections, and should Russia or any foreign actor take steps to undermine our democratic processes, we will take actions in response." Whereas on July 20 of 2020, the head of the National Security Agency and United States Cyber Command, General Paul Nicholson, stated, "Our number one objective is safe, secure, and legitimate 2016 elections," and underscored that the United States is going to act when we see adversaries attempting to interfere in our elections. Where on July 24 of 2020, the director of the National Counterintelligence and Security Center released a statement warning that Russia, China, and Iran are the primary threats to the United States electoral process. Whereas the statement asserts that Russia's persistent objective is to weaken the United States and diminish our global role. Using a range of efforts, including internet trolls and other proxies, Russia continues to spread disinformation in the U.S. that is designed to undermine confidence in our democratic process and denigrate in what it sees as anti-Russia establishment in America. Whereas the statement also asserts that China is expanding its influence efforts to shape the policy environment in the United States, pressure political figures it views as opposed to China's interests, and counter criticism of China, recognizing that its efforts might affect the presidential race. Whereas the Chinese Communist Party has a documented history of interference in the United States elections, which has led to numerous criminal convictions, notably the 1996 campaign finance controversy, commonly known as Chinagate, wherein individuals, including Johnny Chung, were discovered to have attempted to influence United States election results under the direction of CCP intelligence officials. And whereas the CCP explicitly considers deeply held American values, including constitutional democracy, to be a threat to its national security, as established in the communique on the current state of the ideological sphere. An April 22, 2013 notice from CCP's Central Committee, more commonly known as Document 9, "Now therefore be it, strike all after the resolving clause and insert the following: that the House of Representatives condemns ongoing disinformation campaigns and efforts to undermine freedom, democracy, the rule of law, and free and fair elections by China, Russia, China, and other states and non-state actors. Calls on the Trump administration to continue its whole-of-government approach to ensure the integrity of the 2020 United States elections and prevent Russian or other foreign influence campaigns from threatening our democracy. Reaffirms that interference in United States elections or domestic affairs by Russia or any other state or non-state actor is unacceptable and must be met with swift and serious consequences. urges the Office of the Director of National Intelligence to continue to release public statements that update the American people and other key stakeholders on foreign threats to the 2020 United States elections. Supports the conclusions of United States intelligence agencies that the government of Russian President Vladimir Putin interfered in the 2016 United States presidential elections, and reaffirms its support for the government and the people of Ukraine in their fight against Russian aggression and interference. Amend the title so as to read, a resolution expressing that it is the sense of the House of Representatives and that any interference in the 2020 United States elections by Russia or any other state or non-state actor is unacceptable and must be met with serious consequences.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was a part of the 2016 Gang of Eight briefing on Russia's efforts to meddle in our democratic process. From the information I received then and at that briefing, and from additional classified and intel reports and unclassified open source reports, it is clear that Russia attempted to interfere with our election in 2016. I've been consistent on this. I've been very vocal in my opposition to Russia's efforts, and as the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, I prioritized cybersecurity legislation, including specific actions to address safeguarding our election security. These included ensuring DHS prioritized assistance to state and local election officials when requested, standing up the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which is the tip of the spear for election security, and allowing private sector cybersecurity experts to participate in DHS's incident response teams. As I've said time and time again, Russia is not our friend. And I fully agree that we must condemn Russian attempts to meddle in our elections, and that we should do this in a bipartisan manner, because interference in our democratic process should not be a partisan exercise. But with less than 100 days until the next U.S. presidential election, a resolution that simply rehashes the 2016 election will do nothing to stop meddling this year and beyond. Instead, I believe in addition to Russia, this committee should also look at other foreign governments' attempts to interfere in our upcoming elections. Last Friday, the National Counterintelligence and Security Center Director, William Evanina, warned us, quote, with just over 100 days until the election, it is imperative that we also share insights with the American public about foreign threats to our election and offer steps to citizens across the country to build resilience and help mitigate these threats. At this time, we are primarily concerned with China, Russia, and Iran, although other nation states and non-state actors could also do harm to our electoral process. As many of you know, this issue recently hit especially close to home for me, when according to Axios, after the State Department ordered the consulate in Houston to close, we learned that Chinese consulates are being used to coordinate local and state-level political influence activities. In other words, we need to work now to safeguard future elections. Yes, from Russia, but also from China and others who seek to undermine our democracy and sow the seeds of discord. And just like with Russia, meddling by the Chinese Communist Party is nothing new. As I mentioned previously, when I was a young Department of Justice lawyer in the late 1990s, I prosecuted the Johnny Chung case, which ultimately led us to discover that the director of Chinese intelligence himself, the director of Chinese intelligence working with China Aerospace because of the aerospace policies of the Clinton administration and tech transfer policy, put money in his Hong Kong bank account to then put into the presidential election to favor President Clinton. This is nothing new. This goes beyond one election, it goes beyond one party, and it goes beyond one president. The idea of foreign influence in our elections, as I said, is nothing new, and we should object to it at any time in our history. I did as a young prosecutor, and I got justice, and I did on this issue in 2016 by taking action to help counter their malign behavior. But now, 100 days from our next election, it's time that we learn from the lessons of the past by focusing on protecting our elections in the future. We've done impeachment. It was painful for the country. We saw the Mueller report, and here we are once again. I believe that it is time for us to move forward together. And for that reason, I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting my forward-leaning and looking and more expansive amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment, and I want to say to Mr. McCall that I agree with much of what this substitute adds to the original resolution. I would be perfectly fine with adding references to other countries that may have in the past or may seek in the future to interfere in our elections. We know that Russia is not the only government capable of doing that. We know that there are countries that might want to help one side and the other in the coming elections. So this is not a partisan thing. And I would certainly be happy to add language that is forward-leaning, that focuses on our obligation to protect the country in the future. But my concern with this is what you're taking out, because to many of us, what is absolutely critical about the original resolution is an affirmative statement that it was Russia and not Ukraine that interfered in 2016. We are trying to counter a Russian disinformation campaign that seeks to incriminate others in acts that our intelligence community concluded were exclusively committed by the government of Russia. And I would ask you to consider, if we were to adopt this amendment, what the news out of today's hearing would be. What would the news be in Ukraine? And I'm sure that there are many Ukrainians watching this hearing. It will be covered in the Ukrainian press. The headline, I'm afraid, would be that the House Foreign Affairs Committee strips language exonerating Ukraine from a resolution about the 2016 elections. Now, some may think we shouldn't be doing this at all. Is it necessary that we be doing this? Maybe yes, maybe not. But since this resolution is before this committee, I would argue that we should not do any harm. And to pass an amendment that deliberately, explicitly strips out language exonerating Ukraine from these charges, I think would be read by our friends and allies in Ukraine as a statement that this committee perhaps believes that Russian propaganda, or is at least not willing to say anything to counter it, and I fear that that would do harm. So, with respect, I have to oppose the amendment. I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. As you know, we pride ourselves in being bipartisan on this committee. And Mr. Chairman, well, first of all, I'm going to miss you in this position, because we have worked well together, and we have coordinated well together, and we do work things out. And when we can't, we're civil about it. I have to say, and I'm not blaming you on this one, I'm very disappointed at the process as to how this was handled. And for the members who don't know, we were given this resolution. I wasn't even notified that it's going to be on a markup until the 11th hour. We were given no time to make edits or changes to make it a bipartisan measure. By all accounts, something as important as this should pass on suspension. But because of the failure to negotiate and be bipartisan as this committee is, I got a call from the chairman at 10:30 last night asking me to talk to Mr. Keating, who I had briefly 5 to 10 minutes, and he's a very dear friend. We traveled to Russia together, you know? We see Russia the same way. I'm just voicing my disappointment that we couldn't, as adults, sit down, as this committee often does, most of the time, and worked out something that could have been bipartisan, that could have passed on suspension. Because you know what's going to happen? This is a resolution. There's no rule on a resolution. Because this went forward in a partisan way, it has no chance of passage on suspension. And there will be no rule, and it will die at the committee. When the sad fact is we could have had something that could have brought us together as Americans against Putin, and we failed. We failed. This is one of the most disappointing days on this committee in this Congress that I have experienced. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Hearing no further.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Seek to be recognized.
Mr. Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment and hope we pass the underlying resolution. There were no edits to this. This is an edit to it. This is what we're discussing. So there was an opportunity. There isn't. That's what we're doing. It's self-evident. Chairman of the subcommittee deals with Russia, Europe, had 5 hearings. Nephew of a soldier, honored soldier, who was killed in French soil. Person who understands that to our security, our economy, our values, there's no greater relationship than the one we have with our transatlantic allies. Being torn apart right now. Center point of that, frankly, in my opinion, is Ukraine. That's where Putin's greatest interest is. Now, we've had 5 hearings on Russian malign activity. This historic coalition, most historians say, is the greatest, led to the greatest prosperity and security in modern times. It's fragile right now. Ukraine's at the center of that. We have to speak up about what happened. That's my responsibility. And you know what? I would rather stand up for something than stand up for nothing and not get a resolution passed through the full body that means nothing, because when you get to the crux of what this amendment says, it agrees that Russia was responsible. Throws in a few things to distract or cloud things up, but it agrees to that. The real point we're debating here is what it doesn't say. It refuses to say that Ukraine did not do it, even though the Senate Intelligence Committee has said so, even though our officials, they're quoted in the resolution, factually correct, not questioned. The experts in our country, our intelligence people, all quoted in this resolution. Several of the people quoted in this resolution, including people that talked about Ukraine, are either Republicans or Republican administration members. It's bipartisan in my book. This is serious, central. And if we can't say that Ukraine didn't do it, we're playing Putin's game, because after Helsinki, as recent as 8 months ago, 8 months ago, in Hungary, Vladimir Putin said, and I'm quoting him, "No one is accusing Russia of interfering in U.S. elections anymore. Now they're accusing Ukraine." Vladimir Putin, 8 months ago. Senate Intelligence Committee disagrees with him. President doesn't. There's a vacuum there. President won't utter those words. President won't utter that statement that plays right into their strategic effort to deflect their own culpability from their attack on us, to create a wedge between ourselves and Ukraine, to undercut our relationship and Ukraine's relationship with Europe, and to get in the way of their efforts for reform and independence. This is the Russian strategy, their core strategy in Europe, probably their core strategy in the world. This committee Congress, this House, has to fill that vacuum. Someone has to. I'm proud to. And I'm not backing down, taking out words that Ukraine didn't do it, taking words out of the Russian playbook, because there's a vacuum there that has to be filled by us. A president who today won't say anything about Russian aid to the Taliban, who still hasn't said anything, even though the secretary, his own Secretary of Defense, said in a hearing there were payments made by Russia to attack our forces. Won't say that. In fact, disagrees with it. But if we can't say that Russia did it and Ukraine didn't, all the other things we're going to do here, all the work of my committee is in vain. I want to stand for something. If that something loses on the floor because it's not taken up, that means more to me than getting something passed that means nothing. Nothing. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Zeldin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to speak in favor of this amendment. First off, to clear the air on something that was just stated that absolutely never happened. It was just claimed that the Secretary of Defense testified to Congress that the Russians paid to attack U.S. service members, and that was not stated.
Will the gentleman yield?
Please, I'd love to hear the quote.
I'm sorry. Secretary of Defense said that in a hearing that he was aware of reports that Russians made payments to attack our troops.
Okay, well,
he
first,
did it in it, by the way, he did in the Armed Services Committee in response to a question I gave him, so I'm got firsthand knowledge.
I appreciate the evolution there. That clears up what you may have heard from the Secretary of Defense, but what was just stated is that the Secretary of Defense said that Russia made payments. Now, if he had testified at some hearing that you're at that he heard about reports, it's just, words matter. And words in your resolution
the gentleman yield?
matters. Not right now. I'll yield to you in a moment. Words matter. Words in your resolution matter. The words in the resolution that my colleague on the other side of the aisle has today is presenting the argument that would be interpreted that there wasn't any interference by any Ukrainians at all with the 2016 election. I actually, from the way the debate has gone, I'm starting to get more and more of an opinion that that might actually be absolutely by design. That wasn't any unintended consequence of the way the resolution was drafted. It's also of huge consequence for anyone who's watching who may have just heard, and the reason why I feel compelled to speak is that if anyone's watching and say, wow, the Secretary of Defense said that the Russians paid to harm U.S. service members, this is something that we absolutely should take seriously. It was something that was investigated that during a period of time that if this in fact happened, it would be absolutely outrageous and unacceptable, and the United States government would need to take actions to push back on it. There's a dissenting view that came from within the Intelligence Committee. There's disagreement on it. But I'll tell you what, the way that everyone is adopting, many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are adopting the Susan Rice op-ed as the story. This is what we saw during the impeachment, is that we adopted Adam Schiff's fairy tale impeachment narrative, and let's just run with it. Well, Susan Rice's op-ed said that there was a conclusion based off of compelling evidence that the Russians paid bounties to attack U.S. service members, that the president knew about it, and the reason why the president didn't do anything about it was because he was beholden to Vladimir Putin. That was what the New York Times printed. That was Susan Rice's words. And I think, once again, I strongly encourage all of my colleagues here to just shoot straight, because we have people at home relying on us to work with each other on all of these really important issues. And I agree strongly with Mr. McCall's comments just now that this is a committee that should absolutely be trying to find common ground. It's not easy. I mean, there's a November election coming up. There's a lot at stake. There's a presidential election and control of Congress. I get it. But it's still our responsibility here to try to find common ground and to cut through The noise is that you have Ukrainians who were involved in the 2016 election who weighed in many different ways. I went through the list. I went through 5 facts, I guess about an hour or so ago. None of my colleagues on the other side dispute any of those facts. Now, if it's your conclusion that that you just want to ignore it, I wouldn't suggest that this committee or this Congress pass a resolution that's telling the American public that none of that had even happened. That's what we have a problem with. So let's try to find common ground, because the reality is that stuff did happen. And let's also stop, once again, we're hearing this in this debate yet again. You have our side of the aisle in the beginning, the middle, and the end of our remarks. I'll say it again. Russia is an adversary of the United States. They sought to meddle in 2016. They will seek to meddle, whether it's 2018, 2020, or beyond. A message needs to be sent strongly to any foreign government. Do not meddle in any United States election. Whether it's for school board, it's for President of the United States. It's entirely unacceptable. That's the position that Republicans will say over and over and over again, and then it'll end up being ignored. But the underlying amendment here is very well written by Mr. McCall. It has a number of really important facts that are not yet in the underlying underlying resolution that's being voted. And I would strongly encourage my colleagues to seriously take the words that were written here by Mr. McCall into strong account, because they add value to what this committee would be doing if we can pass Mr. McCall's proposal. I yield back.
Okay, I recognize myself to speak against the amendment. First of all, I know what the ranking member, what Mr. McCall said was heartfelt, and I respect that being heartfelt. I've prided myself in running the most bipartisan committee in Congress, and I know that Mr. McCall feels that way as well. But I'm disappointed that my colleagues cannot acknowledge the simple facts stated by this resolution. And there were 3. One is that Russia interfered in the 2016 election because it had a clear preference for Donald Trump as a candidate, which the Intelligence Committee and the President's own appointees have acknowledged. 2, that the narrative that Ukraine interfered in the 2016 election was invented by the Russians, and that no evidence to support this narrative has been found. And finally, that Russia is trying to shift blame to Ukraine to distract from its own culpability and to drive a wedge between the U.S. and Ukraine. Unfortunately, my friends on the other side would rather muddle these points by using additional references about tangentially related topics and by removing references to Ukraine and to Putin's preference for Trump. They simply don't want to confront these facts. We couldn't get together because there were differences of opinion, and things were done at different times. Look, every member has a right to express his or her opinion. The majority party, and I've been here in the minority longer than I've been in the majority, and the minority always feels kicked around and not given the respect that it deserves. But that's the way it is. That's the way democracy works. And so the majority in this committee decided that we would support the gentleman from Massachusetts and support what he's saying, not to support him, but to support what he's saying. Russia interfered in the election, and it was put down all the things that Russia was doing and had done, and Russia's sneakiness in trying to shift blame to Ukraine. So I understand that people feel hard about this. I think there have been good sides, good arguments made on both sides. And Mr. McCall, I look forward, as we always have done, to working with you so that we can, I'd much rather get a bipartisan consensus and a bipartisan resolution. We weren't, unfortunately, we weren't able to do it this time, but I don't think it changes the way both you and I want to run this committee. And I think that our members have a right to, as members of the Congress and members of the committee, to bring up things that they think are important. So I hope we move on from here. I hope the message goes out loudly and clearly to Russia, because both sides have said that they take no joy in what Russia's done and really object to all the things that Russia has done. So let's go from here. Let's see what we can, we have seen what the differences are. And frankly, the differences are very minor compared to the fact that Russia had the unmitigated goal to get involved on either side, on any side, in American elections. So I'm against the amendment, but I hope in the future, we can come up with something that all of us can vote for. Okay. So is there further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further requests, the question is on the amendment. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I request a recorded vote.
Okay, the gentleman requests a roll call vote pursuant to Committee Rule 482. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
Is recognized for that purpose. The clerk shall distribute the amendment to your staff virtually. For members currently in the hearing room, you may pick up a copy of the amendment at the designated desk. Let's pause briefly to give all members enough time to review the amendment.
Another one.
Okay, has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
Carry Amendment 175. In the penultimate preamble clause, strike and at the end, insert a semicolon. In the final preamble clause, strike the colon and add, a colon, and all that follows through the end of the clause and insert a semicolon. After the final preamble
Without
clause.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment ensures that this resolution takes into account the full spectrum of the Russian influence campaign against American interest, not just elections, but this focuses specifically on their coordinated campaign attacking U.S. energy production. America's shale revolution poses a grave threat to Russia's geopolitical power and the financial stability of the Putin regime. In order to eliminate this threat, the Russians conducted a massive influence campaign both in the United States and Europe to delegitimize the process of hydraulic fracturing and the safe transportation of oil and natural gas by pipeline. This has been acknowledged by the former NATO Secretary General Anders Fogh Rasmussen. Quote, I have met allies who can report that Russia, as part of their sophisticated information and disinformation operations, engaged actively with so-called non-government organizations, environmental organizations, working against shale gas to maintain European dependence on imported Russian gas, end quote. It has also been acknowledged by former Democratic presidential nominee Hillary Clinton, quote, "We were up against Russia pushing oligarchs and others to buy media. We were even up against phony environmental groups," and I'm a big environmentalist, "but those were funded by the Russians to stand against any effort, that pipeline, that fracking, that whatever will be a problem for you, and a lot of money supporting that message was coming from Russia," end quote. The extent of the Russian influence campaign attacking American energy production is truly staggering. According to information provided by Twitter, more than 4% of all IRA tweets, and that's the Russian Internet Research Agency, were related to energy and environment issues, a significant portion of content when compared to the 8% of IRA tweets that were related to the U.S. elections in the U.S. For whatever reason, this influence campaign, widely accepted on a bipartisan basis, is missing from the underlying resolution. The failure to include any reference to this campaign, a campaign that Russia devoted half as many resources to as their efforts to influence the 2016 election, demonstrates the highly partisan nature of this particular resolution. While this does not fix the glaring errors in the underlying resolution, it offers an important clarification about the Russian interest behind the Keep It in the Ground movement in the United States. We simply cannot allow Russian dictates to regulate our country into energy poverty, and acknowledge this as their intention. And acknowledging this as their intention is an important first step in preventing this from becoming a reality. And with that, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields. Yields back the balance. Is there further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I'd like to comment. I thought we were going to go to the other side, but I'd like to comment on this amendment.
Okay, Mr. McCall.
I think it's an excellent amendment. I come from an energy state. We have become the leading exporter of energy, and our energy is a lot cleaner and more environmental friendly than China. It is true that they have used cyber attacks to interfere with our energy production, and particularly fracking. And this from a country that flooded the market with the Saudis and brought our energy producers in a really bad spot during a very bad COVID-19 environment from an economic standpoint as well. So I just want to voice my support for this amendment. I don't know if there's any opposition, but I think it's a good amendment, should be part of it. Thank you. Yield back.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Keating.
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman. Thank the gentleman for his amendment. He's got a point that there's bipartisan agreement on with myself and the committee. I just point to the actions that we just took last week regarding Nord Stream 2, where we had bipartisan support, myself included, because we're concerned of Russia's ability to weaponize energy. I joined with the ranking member of my subcommittee, Mr. Kinzinger, earlier in this Congress, and we passed very important legislation through this House, bipartisan legislation, to create leverage with the BUILD Act in Europe so that it could be used for energy diversification. Unfortunately, the Senate hasn't acted on it, but had strong support here, both sides in the House. We've acted on those things. We're not in disagreement. Point is, Ukraine, of any country, certainly knows how energy can be weaponized. They stand alone so often. I tried to take a very narrow approach with this resolution so I wouldn't cloud issues, so it wouldn't get lost in some of the issues that we heard debating here today. I think it's really clear-cut, tailored, narrow, central. So I respectfully wouldn't support an amendment that's just going to cloud that in any way, although I agree with the sentiment and indeed have acted in a bipartisan way to advance the interest that the gentleman expressed in his amendment. I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All right. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, let me say it again. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 482. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. We are about to start roll call votes, so let's pause briefly so that everyone can take their seats and log on so that you are visible and unmuted to the chair before we move on to votes.
Can you give me the votes? This is it?
This is Russia.
This is going to be the second vote.
Yes, first we have to dispose of Sudan. And I don't know if any of
I
our,
thought he had a recorded vote.
on the Sudan bill. He had an amendment that he requested a recorded vote on. I'm going to go to, just by UC, the ones that. Right, you told me that, yeah. Yes, and then after that, we'll go to the Sudan area amendment, and then Sudan. And then after that, we're going to do feeding. We're going to do your ANS last, but we're going to do feeding, and then.
All right, without objection, H.R. 7276, with the noticed amendment in the nature of a substitute, and H.R. 6334 are ordered favorably reported as amended, if amended, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The question is on the amendment designated number 174 to H.R. 7276, the Sudan bill. A recorded vote is ordered. All members, please unmute your microphones and make sure you are visible to the chair. All right, the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman?
No.
Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks?
No.
Mr. Meeks votes no.
I know.
Mr. Sears?
I'm starving.
Mr. Sears?
No.
Mr. Sears votes no. I don't see Mr. Connolly.
I'm right here.
Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Mr.
No
Connolly.
problem.
Mr. Connolly, how would you vote, sir?
I vote nay.
Mr. Connolly votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes no. I don't see Ms. Bass. Mr. Keating? Mr. Keating votes no. I don't see Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Barra, a reminder, if you'd like to vote, sir, I need to see you on the video. I don't see Mr. Castro. Ms. Titus?
No.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Espaillat?
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Ms. Wild?
No.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Phillips?
No.
Mr. Phillips votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar?
Hello, can you hear me? No.
Thank you. Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Allred?
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Spamberger?
No.
Ms. Spamberger votes no. Ms. Houlihan? Ms. Houlihan votes no. Mr. Malinowski?
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Trone?
No.
Mr. Trone votes no. Mr. Costa? No. Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Vargas? No. Mr. Vargas votes no. I don't see Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Castro? No. Mr. Castro votes no. Mr. McCall?
Aye.
Mr. McCall votes aye. I don't see Mr. Smith. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Wilson?
Aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Perry?
Aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Yoho?
Aye.
Mr. Yoho votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger?
No.
Mr. Kinzinger votes no. I don't see Mr. Zeldin. I don't see Mr. Sensenbrenner. I don't see Ms. Wagner. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes aye. I don't see Mr. Rooney. Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Curtis?
Aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Don't see Mr. Buck. I don't see Mr. Wright. I don't see Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Burchett? Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Pence? Aye. Mr. Pence votes aye. I don't see Mr. Watkins. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
Votes no.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Are there any members that want to be recorded that haven't been recorded?
Are there any members that have not been recorded who want to be recorded? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 noes and 11 ayes.
23 noes, 11 ayes. The amendment is not agreed to. We are going to take another vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor? Oh, that's wrong, sorry. HR 7276.
OJ, something's happened here. Yes, the first vote's already done.
Okay, H.R. 7276 is agreed to and without objection is ordered favorably.
Mr. Chairman, if we could ask the members who are joining virtually to stay muted until called on, that would help us a little bit.
Without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical or conforming changes.
Please tell members to mute themselves.
Okay, the question is now on the Keating Amendment to H.Res. 759. A recorded vote is ordered. All members, again, please unmute your microphones and make sure you're visible to the chair. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sherman?
Excuse me? Aye.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sherman?
Aye.
Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks?
Aye.
Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Sears? One more time, sir. I couldn't hear you.
Keep on muting me.
I can't. I never put it. I'm sorry, sir. You're still muted.
Said yes. It just keeps going back to on.
Sorry, Mr. Sears. One more time, sir. He's muting him.
I'm not muting it. If they mute me.
Mr. Sears, not muting you. If you could just unmute yourself, sir, and I need to verbally hear it. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Connolly.
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Deutsch. Mr. Deutsch votes aye. I don't see Ms. Bass. Mr. Keating.
Yes.
Mr. Keating votes aye. I don't see Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Vera.
Aye. Yes.
Mr. Vera votes aye. Mr. Castro. Mr. Castro votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Thank you. Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
Aye.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Liu.
Aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes aye. Mr. Phillips.
Aye.
Mr. Phillips votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar, you're muted.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Omar votes aye. Mr. Allred. I'm sorry, one more time, Mr. Allred.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Allred votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Aye, and in Mr. Series' defense, the system does automatically mute us, but I vote aye.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin votes aye. Ms. Bamberger.
Aye.
Ms. Bamberger votes aye. Ms. Houlihan. Ms. Houlihan votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Trone.
Aye.
Mr. Trone votes aye. Mr. Costa. Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. McCall?
Aye.
Mr. McCall votes aye. I don't see Mr. Smith. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Wilson?
Aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Perry?
Aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Yoho?
I don't see him on the floor. Where's Smith?
Mr. Yoho votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger?
Aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye.
Yeah, what is he doing?
Mr. Zeldin, in order to record your vote, sir, I have to see you. Okay. I don't see Mr. Zeldin, and I don't see Mr. Sensenbrenner. Ms. Wagner? Ms. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes aye. I don't see Mr. Bruni. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Curtis?
Aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. I don't see Mr. Buck. Mr. Wright?
Aye.
Mr. Wright votes aye. I don't see Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Burchett? Mr. Burchett? Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes aye. I don't see Mr. Watkins. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Chairman?
Votes aye. That me?
This is
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 37 ayes and 1 no.
37 ayes and 1 no. The amendment is agreed to. The question is on the Perry amendment to H.R. 759, designated number 1. A recorded vote is ordered. All members, please, once again, unmute your microphones and make sure you're visible to the chair. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sherman?
Mr. Chairman, this is the amendment put forward by which individual? Mr.
Mr. Perry.
Mr. Perry, I vote no.
Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks?
No.
Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Sires?
No.
Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Connolly?
Nay.
Mr. Connolly votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes no. I don't see Ms. Bass. Mr. Keating?
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. I don't see Mr. Cicilline. Oh, Mr. Vera. Mr. Vera votes no. Mr. Castro. Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Espaillat?
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Phillips?
No.
Mr. Phillips votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar?
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Allred?
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no.
Where is he? Let's-
Ms. Bamberger, I don't see your video on.
Stefanik.
Ms. Houlihan? Ms. Houlihan votes no. Mr. Malinowski?
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Trone?
No.
Mr. Trone votes no. Mr. Costa? Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. McCall?
Aye.
Mr. McCall votes aye. I don't see Mr. Smith. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Wilson?
Aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Perry?
Aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Yoho? Mr. Yoho votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. I don't see Mr. Zeldin. I don't see Mr. Sensenbrenner. Ms. Wagner? Ms. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes aye. I don't see Mr. Rooney. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Curtis?
Yes.
Mr. Curtis votes aye.
Does the staff not
I
answer?
don't see Mr. Buck.
It's just the mayor.
And I don't see Mr. Rushenthaler. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright?
Aye.
Mr. Wright votes aye. I don't see Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Burchett? Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes aye. I don't see Mr. Watkins. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 noes and 14 ayes.
23 noes and 14 ayes. The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on the McCall amendment. A recorded vote is ordered. All members, please unmute your microphones once again and make sure you are visible to the chair.
Mr. Chairman, may I call the roll?
Yes, the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sherman?
Is the matter the final passage of the bill? This is the amendment. McCall, I vote no.
Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks?
No.
Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Sears?
No.
Mr. Sears votes no. Mr. Connolly?
Nay.
Mr. Connolly votes no. I don't see Mr. Deutsch. And I don't see Ms. Bass. Mr. Keating? No. Mr. Keating votes no. I don't see Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Titus?
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Espaillat?
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. I don't see Mr. Phillips. Ms. Omar?
No. Dean Phillips is here.
Oh, okay. Mr. Phillips votes no. Ms. Omar?
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Allred?
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. I don't see Ms. Spamberger. Ms. Houlihan? Ms. Houlihan votes no. Mr. Malinowski?
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Trone?
No, please.
Mr. Trone votes no. Mr. Costa? Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. McCall?
Aye.
Mr. McCall votes aye.
They should redo it.
I don't see Mr. Smith. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Perry?
Aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Yoho? Mr. Yoho votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. I don't see Mr. Zeldin. I don't see Mr. Sensenbrenner. Ms. Wagner? Ms. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes aye. I don't see Mr. Bruni. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Curtis?
Aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. I don't see Mr. Beck. Mr. Wright?
Aye.
Mr. Wright votes aye. I don't see Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Burchett? Mr. Burchett? Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes aye. I don't see Mr. Watkins. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 noes and 14 ayes.
23 noes, 14 ayes. The amendment is not agreed to. This is now the final vote, so everybody can applaud. The question is to report H.Res. 759 to the House with the recommendation that the resolution do pass. We are going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The question. The ayes have it. The measure is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any
Chairman, I request a roll call vote.
and conforming changes.
Did you just request it? Ah, okay.
Okay, recorded vote requested. The question is to report H.Res. 759 to the House with the recommendation that the resolution do pass. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sherman?
Aye.
Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks?
Aye.
Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Sires?
Aye.
Mr. Sires votes aye. Mr. Connolly?
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. I don't see Mr. Deutsch. And I don't see Ms. Bass. Mr. Keating.
Aye.
Mr. Keating votes aye. I don't see Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes aye. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes aye. Ms. Titus?
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Espaillat?
Espaillat votes aye.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Liu?
Aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Mr. Phillips?
Aye.
Mr. Phillips votes aye. Ms. Omar?
Aye.
Ms. Omar votes aye. Mr. Allred?
Aye.
Mr. Allred votes aye. Mr. Levin?
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. I don't see Ms. Spamberger. Ms. Houlihan? Ms. Houlihan votes aye. Mr. Malinowski?
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Trone?
Aye.
Mr. Trone votes aye. Mr. Costa? Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. McCall?
Aye.
Mr. McCall votes aye. I don't see Mr. Smith. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Perry?
Nay.
Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Yoho? Mr. Yoho votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger?
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Oh, Mr. Zeldin? Mr. Zeldin votes no. I don't see Mr. Sensenbrenner. Ms. Wagner? Ms. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes no. I don't see Mr. Rooney. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Curtis?
Aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. I don't see Mr. Buck. Mr. Wright?
No.
Mr. Wright votes no. I don't see Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Burchett? Mr. Burchett votes no. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. I don't see Mr. Watkins.
I'd like to change my vote to a no.
Okay. Mr. Yoho votes no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest votes no.
I think Mr. Wilson would like to be recognized.
Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, your vote, sir?
Votes aye.
H.Res. 759.
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Lost my voice. The clerk will report. What's after this?
Just thanking.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 29 ayes and 9 noes.
29 ayes and 9 noes. The ayes have it. The measure is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. This concludes our business today. Believe it or not, I want to thank Ranking Member McCall and all of the committee members for their contributions and assistance with today's markup. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Ukraine? Because the president
Gosh, I was hoping that would go longer.
So I missed, sorry? One, I missed the box.
I know that. I know that. I asked if I could grab them for you. They said no. They said no. I would have done it. I asked. No, I